right, all right. I want to check the open meeting law here. That's what I want to do. Okay. Today is, we're going to call the meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Carson City Liquor and Entertainment Board to order. Today is Thursday, October 2nd, 2014. It is just before 8:30 a.m. We're in the Community Center at the Sierra Room, 851 East William Street here in our very own Carson City. Can we have a roll call, please, Alan?
Supervisor Raybound, Supervisor Bonkowski, Supervisor McKenna, here. Supervisor Shirk, here. Mayor Kroll. You have a quorum present, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is Rob Jennings here this morning? I didn't see. Why don't we just all stand and have a moment of silence, please? We'll think about things that we're doing today and in the future. Thank you. Could I call on the president of Western Nevada College, retired Navy, Chet Burton. Chet, could you lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you, Brent.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this morning we're going to take public comment and we'll go right through, and then we get to special presentations. We're going to do the two presentations, then we're going to take a break after we do the presentations so that we can just mingle and chat for a little bit and think about the things that were in the proclamation. So we'll now move on to item number 5, public comment. Is there any public comment this morning? Ronnie.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, the Chamber Executive Director. How are you this morning? Is mum the word?
Mum's the word, sir.
Or mum's not the word?
Which, you know, if you allow me to take that moment, we thank you to Costco. Shout out to Costco for providing 900 one-gallon mums that you'll be seeing all over the city. And in fact, there are some in the parkways right now, so in the medians downtown. I was told maybe this agenda would be pulled, or item would be pulled, I'm not sure. So I have a busy day today, so I'd like to be able to weigh in, please, on the NV 150 Fair, which will be called probably the Nevada Fair in the future. I have to tell you all that I think of anything that the city has done in the past, and you've, given a lot of money to different organizations and different things. The NV 150 Fair probably brought out all the young families in Carson City. It was an amazing event, and I don't think it could have been pulled off any better by Susan Taylor and Marina Works. Marina has a passion for this, as does Susan, and I would love to see this as a summer event continue on. These are the kids of the future. We talk about how we're such an old city as far as age group of people. Bob, last night you were at a ribbon cutting with young entrepreneurs with their families and young people. And it's pretty exciting to see that it's not all you guys and me that make up the city. It's a lot of young people who do not have a lot of opportunities to go out and to enjoy what we have in this community. So if you get to that agenda item and it is not pulled, I really urge you to highly consider the NV Fair. Is that what it's going to be called, Marina, or whatever it is? Okay, we're not sure yet. For the next year or two, it is a pup, and it needs to grow. And I think for the first year, it was extremely successful. You have the support of the chamber on this, maybe not financially, since we just bought a building and remodeling is costing me more than I had anticipated. But we certainly will help get the other businesses on board. And I think a lot of people are hesitant in the first year to do anything and to get on board, but I am sure we'll work harder at it next year, and you will have more business involvement. So, anyway, that's basically all I have to say. Is
Ronnie, I think on behalf of all of us in our entire community, I want to thank. We want to thank the chamber for its efforts and its work on, providing volunteers and providing some other support during the last fair this summer. You were everywhere. I mean, and you mentioned this morning, that the mum flowers are being put around everywhere. We talked about last night we were at a ribbon cutting. The chamber is what I call ubiquitous. The ubiquitous mum flowers, the ubiquitous chamber is out there. You're everywhere. The chamber's out there, and it's putting a good face in our community. And that's, sometimes, and a lot of times, image is important. Image is important when people look at us from the outside. So, our hat's off to the chamber for all that you folks do. So.
Well, this is a great community, and it's very varied. And, I think that agriculture right now is huge. Supervisor Abowd, this is your passion. And I just know that this is the showcase for the agriculture community, and there's a lot of young kids in Northern Nevada who are very interested in this. I've seen this now at a couple of different events, and these are the wholesome kids of the future. These are not the gang kids. We need to give them a showcase, and this is so perfect in the state, in our capital. So thank you very much for hearing me out.
You bet. Thank you, Ronnie. Okay. Other public comment? Anybody? Good morning.
Morning. I'm Robert Glenn. I've lived in the community for a little over 12 years now, and I just wanted to come up and echo the sentiments of what Ronnie said. I worked with on the fair committee, and I have to be honest, when the idea first came up for the fair, I was very dubious, and also I didn't think that it would be appropriate necessarily for my interests or my family. But what was great is everyone coming together to make sure that this got off the ground, that it really we were all able to overcome any speed bumps that came up, and it was appropriate for the entire community, whether it was young, whether it was old, whatever background or culture you came from. The fair was really a full community-wide event, a community-wide effort. It was very exciting, and what's even more exciting is the fact that this was a venture that I think a lot of people who were involved with had no idea exactly what was needed and what needed to be done to make it successful. And somehow we all came together, made it successful. And the promise it shows for the next several years in terms of growth, in terms of making it better, is really sky's the limit. I mean, this event occurred on probably the busiest weekend of the entire summer. There was about 6 or 7 major events throughout the Northern Nevada region going on, and yet it still was a success. Going up until the very end, we were uncertain of what the parking situation was, but the community came together, Casino Fandango pitched in, and the parking issue was erased completely, and it worked out perfect. So I just want to echo the sentiments of Ronnie and a lot of other people in this community that this was a great event. I'm hopeful and encouraging that we do this again. Thanks very much.
Well, Robert, as was mentioned to Ronnie, I think I speak, and I know I speak for the entire board and our community. Thank you for your efforts in volunteering to help make a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Other public comments? Anybody? We take public comment at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. We also take public comment where it's appropriate, and generally it always is appropriate, although there's probably be one this afternoon where, it's an appeal where it may not be appropriate, but we'll do that throughout the morning on each agenda item. So let me say, anybody else? I don't see any. Okay. Then we'll move on to item number 6, approval of the minutes of June 19th. Everybody had a chance to look at those? Go.
I move to approve the minutes of June 19th, 2014 with a correction to the acceptance date in item 35.
I would second that.
Motion by Supervisor Bonkowski, second by Supervisor Aldean on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? I saw Supervisor Bonkowski, seconded by Supervisor Abowd.
Do you want to see that?
Man, that I don't know where that came from. That was a voice out of the past, wasn't it? I see you this morning and all of a sudden, bang. I don't think that was a Freudian slip here. That's okay, Shelley. I know you're retired there. Okay, so I apologize to everybody. All right, on the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Everybody had a chance to look at the agenda? Any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right. Board members, changes? Okay, unless there's an objection, we will take the agenda as published. We'll adopt it as published. Okay. Now, could we adjourn down to the, not adjourn, but move to the floor and take up two special presentations? So we'll come down here, please. Thanks. Our first presentation this morning is Poverty Awareness Week, and I know Shelley is out here, and Brenda. Who else we have? Come on, Dave, come on up if you could, please, all three of you. How are we doing this morning?
Good.
This is a proclamation for Poverty Awareness Week, October 13th through October 19th. 2014, and it reads as follows. Whereas the poverty rate for children under the age of 18 in the United States was 21.8% in 2012 and is expected to remain high. And whereas childhood poverty costs the United States roughly $500 billion a year, the equivalent of nearly 4% of the gross domestic product. And whereas according to the United States Census Bureau, in 2012, 46.5 million people in the United States were living in poverty, nearly a record number since poverty statistics were first published. And whereas the share of working families that are low income continues to rise, and whereas these statistics suggest that the development and implementation of effective anti-poverty strategies will yield large potential returns to the economy and to society in general, and whereas elevating adults out of poverty through self-help initiatives is one of the most effective long-term approaches to improving the circumstances of children and the overall financial health of our communities. Now, therefore, I, Robert L. Kroll, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim the week of October 13th through October 19th, 2014, Poverty Awareness Week, and urge all of our citizens to support those organizations in our community that help the less fortunate among us to improve their long-term circumstances through education, hard work, and the creation of personal plans to move from poverty to prosperity. And we have with us here today the president of the president of the board of the Circles Initiative of Carson City, and the executive director, and David Bash, who works and guides us on the Circles Committee. So I'd like to present this to you, Ronnie. Or Ronnie. Man, I'm getting out of here. I ought to start this day over again. Chill. It's a long day already. Here.
Thanks,
Come on.
Thanks, Bob.
Come on.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. And I, my able replacement, I apologize for Bob's faux pas, but I'm flattered, Bob, that you remembered me. First of all, I want to thank the ongoing support of the city and this proclamation this morning, just to emphasize the importance of self-help initiatives. We have two other organizations. I don't know if they're in the audience today. Joyce is here. Joyce Buckingham. Oh, Fish. Jim Peckham is here. Jim, why don't you come on up? We work, as you probably know, very closely with our sister organizations in Carson City, one of them being Friends and Service Helping. Jim Peckham is the executive director of FISH. We're glad he could join us here this morning. Also, Joyce Buckingham, who is not in the crowd this morning apparently, but she is the executive director of Ron Wood's Family Resource Center. These three organizations, Circles, FISH, and the Resource Center, are the organizations, preeminent organizations in my estimation in Carson City, that not only provide social assistance, to provide short-term relief for people in need, but they also work with those people to ensure that they have a better future and can support themselves in the future through self-sufficiency and self-help initiatives. So I think the work that all these organizations do is very critical. We appreciate the recognition here this morning, and we will continue to work to fulfill our mission. And with your assistance, I am optimistic that that will occur. It's also interesting that I was doing some research on the the Department of Health and Human Services website, and under the leadership of Romaine Gilliland, and I'm sure this is not unique to Romaine, but they have a new, perhaps new, maybe not new, but certainly they're emphasizing the importance of working with families to ensure that they become self-sufficient. And I think that needs to be the new social service mantra, that we will give you a hand up, not necessarily a handout in perpetuity. And that certainly is the mission that we promote, as do our sister organizations. So thanks very much for the recognition. Jim, do you have some comments to make?
Amen, sister.
Amen, sister. All right. Brenda?
Thank you very much for taking the time to have us here and for making poverty, raising awareness of it. We know that there are people out there who are living in poverty, and we want to make sure that they don't feel isolated, that they feel that they have the support of the community. So thank you very much.
David?
Want to get some pictures?
Certainly.
We'll go up here and we'll get some pictures.
Stand by my alter ego.
I'm going to stand over here.
Thanks for coming, Jim.
All proclamations are special. The next one we have is particularly special, I know, to many of us and to actually all of us, whether you're a veteran, related to a veteran, not a veteran, just an American. This proclamation is one that recognizes the effort and work and the creative talent that went into creating an exhibit called Always Lost, A Meditation on War. And I know we have here today Senator Dean Heller and Congressman Mark Amodei, and I'd like to see if you could come up to the front as well with the rest of the board. Can you come up, please? Come over. Not by the sheriff, no.
Mayor, how are you? It's good to
Come on
see
up
you.
here. We're going to get. And then I think, Chet, I'd like you to come up, and Don Carlson and Marilee, could you come up, please? This is a proclamation entitled Always Lost, A Meditation on War. It reads as follows. Whereas the Carson City Board of Supervisors deems it important and proper to recognize and honor those members of our community who have contributed to our society through the arts, and whereas Western Nevada College Professor Emeritus Don Carlson observed in 2008 that the Iraq War was perhaps the most impersonal war the U.S. has ever fought, and whereas Western Nevada College Professor Emeritus Marilee Swerzik, who collaborated with Professor Carlson, dedicated the course of study in her 2009 creative writing classes to reading, thinking, and writing about war in order to personalize the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and thus all wars, and created an arts and humanities exhibition that has captured the nation's attention. And whereas Always Lost, A Meditation on War is a powerful and moving tribute that has become a sacred and public space in which to contemplate the personal and collective costs of war and to honor those U.S. military service members who gave their lives in Iraq and Afghanistan, those who made it home, and those who continue to serve. And whereas the Nevada Arts Council, the division of the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs and the National Endowment of the Arts, the Nevada Humanities Committee, and donations by charitable citizens and organizations in Carson City and across the nation have helped fund this traveling exhibition. And whereas Always Lost, A Meditation on War opened at Western Nevada College in 2009, made its national debut in Marinette, Wisconsin, in 2010 and continues to bring its message of awareness, healing, and unity to communities across the nation. And whereas Always Lost, a meditation on war was named an official sesquicentennial exhibit by the Nevada 150 Commission, it's also on a 2-year statewide sesquicentennial tour sponsored by the Nevada Department of Veterans Services and was displayed at the Nevada Legislative Building in 2013 and is scheduled to be installed there during the 2015 legislative session. Now, therefore, it is with pride and appreciation that we now recognize the dedication, wisdom, compassion, and perseverance of Professor Marilee Swerzik, Professor Don Carlson, and the students at Western Nevada College and the citizens of Carson City that have made Always Lost, a meditation on war, a reality and a treasure for future generations to reflect upon. Signed, Robert Kroll, Karen Abowd, Brad Bonkowski, John McKenna, Jim Shirk. I'd like to present this to Chet. I think it goes to Marilee. How did we do with this? So we can...
This has never happened before. I don't know.
Let me give it to Chet so he can hold on to it. And then, I'd like you to kind of just give a little talk about, fill in, how it got started, and maybe either Don or Marilee could do that. And then we're going to take some pictures, and because I know we have part of the exhibit out in the hall, and we're going to take time. And I apologize when we start talking about these things, it kind of gets to me. But come on up. Come on.
Thank you, Mayor Kroll and supervisors. I'm very emotional right now, so if I start crying, just somebody give me a Kleenex. Don can speak for a moment about where he got the idea for this, but he came to me with his idea, which he'll talk about, in 2008, and just offered a suggestion for one of my, thank you, Senator Heller. I'm going to tell my mother a senator gave me a Kleenex today, a U.S. senator. And so I took the idea to my class. And, before I go on, and I'll just talk for 2 minutes, we have a very small Always Lost team, and I would like them to stand up. Amy Roby. Amy Roby is our project manager. She was a student in the class and became our project manager. Major Kevin Burns, standing back there, was also a student in the class, and it was his idea to create what we call now the Wall of the Dead. We simply brought it into class with us every Wednesday night so that all the faces of our military war dead would be present with us, and then it became something much larger. Thomas Ramirez is our graphic designer, was a student at Western Nevada College, and he is the person who searches for the faces of our war dead and makes sure that they are the best photographs we can find, places them into the panel to be printed, so thank you, Thomas. Who else? Carol is one of our students in the class. She has work in the exhibit. Is there anybody else here?
Rita is here.
Rita, also poet, has work in the class, just all local people. And thank you all very much for coming today.
And the college community is here.
Of course, the college, our colleagues, and from the college, thank you so much for coming this morning. We appreciate it. I can't even recognize you. I've worked with you for 30 years, and I'm so emotional right now. I don't even know who you are. Anyway, the class embraced this idea, and we read about war, we thought about war, we wrote about war. We revised a lot, and we just aimed to have a 3-week student show at the end of the semester. That didn't happen, and we started receiving inquiries from across the country. It's been on the road ever since. The Nevada Arts Council was generous in helping us to format the exhibition for traveling. The Carson Nugget Community First Initiative funded a second replication of the exhibit. So we have one exhibition that's traveling throughout the country. The Minnesota Humanities Committee acquired it for a year and a half, and as part of their Veterans Voices initiative, it is traveling throughout the state of Minnesota, for a year and a half. And then we're scheduled into nearly the end of 2016. We are running out of money in December, just in case you are thinking about donating, but we're trying to keep it going. For some reason, out of a small classroom in our small community came something that has touched hearts across the nation, and it's a way for us as a civilized society to contemplate our obligations to those whom we send to serve in harm's way on our behalf. So I want to thank our veterans who are here today, too.
Thank you. I would like to continue on from where Marilee stopped. The Minnesota exhibit will be then headed to Texas, and from Texas it will be headed to Massachusetts, and from Massachusetts it will go to Michigan. And presently we have inquiries from Colorado, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Florida. And I have to tell you, this is the reason I so loved teaching. Thank you.
I think we also have in the audience Regent Ron Connect. And Ron, how are you? And also Peter Barton. Peter, Cultural Affairs. Did I miss anybody back there? I'm on the foundation board. Hi. Good morning. Okay, I think right now then we're going to come up and take some pictures up here if we could, and then we're going to kind of recess and we'll go out in the hall. Is that all right? So come on up here. And let me just say, a special thanks from all of us to Mark and Dean. I call him Mark and Dean. It's a senator and a congressman, but there are neighbors. And it's especially gratifying to have you come and share this very special day with us. It's extremely gratifying. And, that's what a community and what a state's all about, you guys. And so thanks for being here. So we're going to take a few pics here.
You guys look good.
Sure.
Okay. Let's adjourn to out in the hall.
Mayor Powell, before you adjourn,
Yeah.
is it possible to have a picture with the
Oh.
students as well?
Absolutely. Come on up. Let's do this. Come on. So, come on, Amy. Come on. I apologize. Let's take it. Come on up. Let's do it. Come on. Ann, help me arrange all this. Absolutely. Sorry. Absolutely. Come on.
Carl was the catalyst for this recognition ceremony, along with Karen helped write the proclamation.
Is Carl Needhammer, is he still here? Where's Carl? Could somebody get Carl when he comes out there? Okay. We'll get another picture here. Come on.
These are the students in the class. Mm-hmm. Okay. They're still around. All set? All right. Can you guys scoot in? Thank you. Here we go. 1, 2. Super.
Can you hold one more time? Carl, Mr. Needhammer, could you come up? Carl?
Carl, can you come up here?
Carl was instrumental in helping put this proclamation together, so I should be in here. So. Right here. You're going to have a whole head of cameras broken.
All right, guys, a couple more chances to be gorgeous. I'll move in. Yeah, they're fine.
I don't know.
Thank you for coming.
a meeting back to order and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. And once we reconvene, now we'll recess as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene or call to order the Liquor and Entertainment Board. I know Alan's probably still out there. Let the record reflect that we have all 5 Board of Supervisors here and the Sheriff, Kenny Furlong, is here. So we do have everyone here. Now is the time for public comment on with respect to anything with respect to the Liquor and Entertainment Board. Anybody on public comment? Seeing none. Lena, are we ready to do the next one? Why don't we take up April Hackett, KAD Entertainment? Go.
This item is for possible action to approve April Hackett as the secondary liquor manager for KAD Entertainment LLC, doing business as the Spoke Bar and Grill. Liquor license number 15-26547, located at 3198 North Deer Run Road. The current liquor manager is intending to stay on as the liquor manager, and this is just a secondary liquor manager for the business. Staff is recommending approval.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
How's the facility doing? How's the business doing?
It's doing great. Absolutely great. We get wonderful support here. We been voted different things for Taste of Downtown. Our lunches are outstanding. Our food is outstanding, and so it's just
Good.
it's just a great bar.
Supervisor Bonkowski has a question or comment.
Good morning.
Morning.
In our board packet, on background, it says that Kim Dando is going to be stepping away from the operations of the bar.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Eventually, she has some medical issues she needs to address, and we're
Okay.
trying to do some pre-planning to that.
And then it also says that you currently work part-time in the bar?
Yes, I'm usually there anywhere between 3 and 4 days a week, and kind of based on her transition, my transition would obviously increase.
Okay, great. That was my question, is if she's stepping away and you're working part-time, then who's going to be there on a daily basis? But you've answered that. Thank you.
April, I wasn't paying attention. Could you just state your name for the record?
April Hackett.
Thank you. I assume that all of the controls will be in place for no liquor to minors, that sort of thing?
Oh, definitely.
And
Definitely.
taking
We're
the
very
server
adamant
training?
about that.
Okay.
Make sure we check IDs, things of that nature.
Anything else? Any public comment on this issue? Board, we okay? Who wants to do it? Supervisor Abel, go.
I move to approve April Hackett as the secondary liquor manager for KAD Entertainment LLC, DBA The Spoke Bar and Grill, liquor license number 15-26547, located at 3198 North Deer Run Road.
Motion by Supervisor Abel, second by Supervisor Bonkowski on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thanks, April. Say hello to Kim.
Okay,
for all
well,
of
thank
us.
you very much.
Go do good work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now we'll take up the Aloha Liquor one. Lena?
This item is for possible action to approve Harbon Singh and Chetan Singh as the liquor managers for Walia Enterprises LLC, doing business as Aloha Liquor, liquor license number 15-30156, located at 4555 South Carson Street. They have purchased the business from the previous owners, and staff is recommending approval.
Very good. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning,
Why don't you give us a little bit of, give us your thoughts on what you're going to do when you bought it and what your intentions are, and kind of promote your business if you want. Go ahead.
We have 3 liquor stores in Sonoma County, Healdsburg, Sebastopol, and Cloverdale, and we have 2 petroleum sites in Sonoma County. This is our first business in Nevada, and we formed a LLC here, and we are going to keep everything the same. All the employees will stay there. We have 2 members of the LLC will be moving here and to run the business. And we have 1,200 different types of specialty wines, and we will expand more. And we're excited about this opportunity.
Very good. And all the controls on sales to minors or prohibiting sales to minors?
No sales to minor. We purchased a system called Tricom ID reader. It's something similar to what 7-Eleven use. Basically, it's linked to your cash register, a point-of-sale system. You slide the ID, and once the ID is verified, then you can complete the sale, then the register will open. If it's a fake ID or, not, it will tell you right away.
Pretty slick. John?
In the package, there was a indication that the store had sold to minors in 2009, but not the current owners or anything like that. Is that correct? Store had minimal calls for service in the past year, cited once in 2007, once in 2009 for selling to minors, but that was a different owner. Okay.
Anything else? Any public comments on this issue? Hearing none. Board, ready?
I move to approve Harband Singh and Chetan Singh as the liquor managers for Walea Enterprises LLC, DBA Aloha Liquor, liquor license 15-30156, located at 4555 South Carson Street.
Second.
On the motion, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you,
investing in our
madam. Thank you,
community.
gentlemen.
Look forward to seeing you around town.
We will be here. Thank
Very
you.
good. All right. Okay, we're on item 13, public comment, concluding public comment on liquor and entertainment. Anything? I don't see anything further. Sheriff, you okay? Okay. We're ready to adjourn. Unless we'll close off public comment, concluding public comment. Unless there's an objection, we will adjourn as the Liquor and Entertainment Board, and we will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors and take up item number 16. This is disposal of property that is no longer useful.
Good morning, Mayor, Supervisor. Kim Bell, Purchasing Contracts. Staff is asking the Board of Supervisors to approve Contract 1415, which is a request to determine that the listed city property is no longer required for public use and deem it sale by public auction at TNT Auctions on October 18, 2014, and that the auction is desirable and at the best interest of the city of Carson City. Any questions?
I think I got some. Brad, you go.
Good morning, Kim.
Good morning.
I'm not sure that you can answer this question. There are several items on here of equipment, sound equipment, cameras from the BAC, and I was just wondering if that equipment has been replaced, or is this older surplus equipment that's just been sitting in the basement? Since we have a separate contract with them for filming, I'm just wondering if they're getting rid of a lot of equipment. How's that being replaced?
I think it has been replaced, but I think that it was stored in the here at the community center, and now they're getting rid of it. They're cleaning out their storage, so they've listed all the equipment that they're getting rid of. And Mitch Ames provided the information for that.
Thank you.
Any idea how much money we're going to get out of this auction?
No idea.
Okay. The other question is,
It varies. We have several. We have a dump truck, a 1990 Cavalier. It just depends. They give us an itemized list of how much each item was, and if they have problems with getting rid of like some of the items, they'll do it in a bulk. They'll like tie it together as a bulk sale.
then the other thing probably is for Mr. Providenti, what happens to the money? Does it go into the general fund? Does it go back into capital projects?
Yeah, typically the money will go back into the general fund. It's typically not a lot of money. I mean, you're talking maybe $15,000 or $20,000, but again, it just depends.
Okay, so it's not worthwhile to set aside this money into capital projects and change the policy?
We certainly could do that.
Well, it came from capital projects, goes
Right.
back into capital projects, has a synergy, but
Okay.
we can talk about it later.
Okay.
Other comments? Public comment? Motion? Supervisor Carroll, go.
I move to approve contract number 1415-076, a request to have the Board of Supervisors determine that the listed city property is no longer required for public use and deem its sale by public auction desirable in the best interest of Carson City.
Motion second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you, Kim. All right. Let's now take up the fleet facility expansion issue. Kim, you got your people here too?
Yes.
Okay, go.
Staff is asking approval to approve the contract with Janae Gassio Incorporated and acknowledge that they are the lowest responsible bidder in award contract 1415-019 titled Fleet Facility Expansion for a base bid amount of $1,456,097 and no cents, with a contingency amount not to exceed $145,609, and for a total contract of $1,601,706 to be funded from the Capital Projects Construction Account in the Fleet Fund as provided for fiscal year 2014-2015. We had 6 bidders on this project. The engineer's estimate was $1,621,183, which includes all of the bid alternates. There any questions specific about the project managers here?
Brad, go ahead, then Jim.
And do you know how this project ties back into the Moss Adams fleet study?
Darren Schultz, Public Works for the record. The Moss Adams fleet study that was done, one of the recommendations was that we expand our fleet facility. So it does match exactly one of the things they said.
And the purpose of this is, the expansion is to be able to service buses more efficiently, is that
Right.
correct?
Well, that's a big part of it is buses, and as a result, we're getting federal grant money to pay for a large portion of it. Right now, because we have a limited number of bays, we pull a piece of equipment in and we take a part out. We don't have the part to fix it right away, but we need to use that bay, so that piece of equipment has to be rolled back out, something else in. So the idea is to add these 2 more bays so we can be more effective in what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
And the grant was because you're doing the buses, correct? That's how
That's
the
correct.
grant was.
That's exactly right.
So the funding is coming from the fleet account, but you're going to be reimbursed for the grant amount.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further comment? Public comment? Board?
Make a motion.
Anybody? Motion's in order.
I move to determine that Janae Gassiot, Inc. is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Nevada NRS Chapter 338, and to award contract number 1415-019 titled Fleet Facility Expansion to Janae Gassiot, Inc. for a base bid amount of $1,456,097 with a contingency amount not to exceed $145,609 for a total contract amount of $1,601,706 to be funded from the Capital Projects Construction Account in the Fleet Fund as provided in the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget.
Motion by Supervisor Abel, second by Supervisor Bonkowski on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor. Discussion's in order, I'm sorry. I didn't see it, Jim.
Darren, can I ask you, I should have asked you when you were at the podium, I apologize. It says we anticipate.
Your mic.
Mike? I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought I was yelling loud enough. You said we anticipate. What is the possibility of the anticipation? Is it 100%, 90%? What do you think? You think you will get the grant?
We have already acquired the grant, and so yeah, that funding it's set. It's a done deal.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, now, yeah. On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. Take up Pheasant Drive matter.
Right.
16C.
Right. Staff is requesting approval of contract 1415-018 titled Pheasant Drive Sewer Main to determine that In Situ Form Technologies LLC is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder and award the contract in the base bid amount of $109,728 with a contingency amount not to exceed $10,000 for a total contract amount of $119,728. There was one bidder on this contract. The engineer's estimate was $102,000, and that's all I have. If there's any specific questions on the project manager's here.
Brad.
I have a question for Darren and a question for Nick Providenti. Darren, Can you tell us why there's only one bidder on this contract?
I sure can. Again, for the record, Darren Schultz, Public Works. This type of work is, we're relining an existing sewer as opposed to digging up the old sewer line and putting in a new one. So it's a little bit specialized in the type of work. There's not a lot of companies that do this. When we put these projects out to bid, we don't really anticipate many bidders. Generally, I would say we get two. And this time we only got one. It probably has mostly to do with just it being a small project and people kind of overlooking it. Because we've done these type of projects in the past, we're pretty good at our estimating. So we felt good with our engineer's estimate and the fact that the bid came in below that. We weren't concerned about there only being one bidder.
Thank you. And Nick, I don't know how much work this would be, but would it be possible in the future when we get contracts to have in our board packet the amount that was budgeted in the line item that it's being funded from and how much we've spent year to date out of that?
Sure. We can do that. I mean, I know we were going to have a discussion internally about how we wanted to present these amounts, but we can definitely discuss it. I could discuss it with the city manager. We can come up with a
That would be
plan.
great. Just for me, it's very helpful if I can see where we're at in the budget for the year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
I sent an email. I know, Nick, you've received a lot of emails, but the other Nick, city manager, I'm sorry, because I didn't know who to address it to because there's no name on it. So, and I put that in my email. So in my package, I would also, I got it. I mean, I did send it out, but I didn't know who to send it to because there's no name on this agenda item as there are in previous. At least on my package, there isn't. It just mayor, doesn't say who, any name. So I just sent an email to you.
No, I didn't have my name.
Okay. And I would still like, I've asked for it before, also the budget items on particular items when we're doing these things. I've asked for that also, so I voiced my opinion with Brad also that we should be getting that information as well. In this packet, I asked on page BP-2, there's a labor classification number 4 for prevailing wage. What is that in reference to? What does that mean?
I'm sorry, they're looking at the labor classification for the prevailing wage. They're taking that in effect in the line item. They're including that labor rate in that line item.
There's no page number on this one. It's just Disadvantaged Business Enterprise DBE program. It says the contractor identified his subcontractors, however, none responded, and they made a good faith effort was performed. Can you just briefly explain what that means?
This contract was funded with SRF loan funds, and part of the project, part of the federal guidelines is that they have to do advertising to disadvantaged business enterprises, and they have specific companies that they advertise with, and they also have a list of subcontractors that are DBE that they advertise to and they request bids from. And the good faith effort is that advertisement that they did. And as long as they have a good faith effort that they prove that they tried to get disadvantaged business enterprises, then we can move forward with the contract.
Okay. And the other thing, maybe if staff can do this, and rather than just say the sewer main project, maybe if you can give us a location of where that is, or
Okay, I can do that. We do that with
a photo.
Right, we do that when we do the request for the public.
Right, if that could be included in this package as well, because that helps citizens knows where it's
at.
Where it's
Okay.
going on. Thank you
We can
very
do that.
much.
Thank you.
Public comment? Anybody? Board, anything further? Motion's in order. Supervisor Pankowski.
I move to determine that Instaform Technologies LLC is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute, Chapter 338, and to award contract number 1415-018 titled Pheasant Drive Sewer Main Rehabilitation Project to Instaform Technologies LLC for a base bid amount of $109,728 with a contingency amount not to exceed $10,000 for a total contract amount of $119,728 to be funded from the Capital Projects Construction Account in the Sewer Fund as provided in the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget.
Motion by Supervisor Bonkowski, second by Supervisor McKenna. On the motion, discussion, Supervisor McKenna.
Does this have to go to the Sewer Projects Oversight Committee?
The Utility Finance Oversight Committee, yes, at the beginning of the year when we presented our budget, this was one of the projects that was listed in that, so they have seen it.
Let's try and do that. So we just discuss up among ourselves, John. So. Okay. On any further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried, unanimous. Thanks. Thank you, Kim. All right. Take up item 17.
Got my box of tissues here, just in case I need them.
You may need them after I talk to you about these templates.
That's right. Good morning, Mayor, Board of Supervisors. For the record, Nick Providenti, Finance Director. So we're asking you today to approve some contract templates that we've come up with for Carson City construction contracts, professional service contracts, and independent contractor agreements. So what we've done, I just kind of wanted to just talk a little bit about the process, and then if you had any specific questions about the actual agreements, we could discuss those.
Let me kind of get to where my bottom line is.
Okay.
One, I appreciate the fact, we're taking a close look at these documents, but I don't know how much in depth you're going to want a lay board, and I include myself as a lay board, to make legal decisions on whether these are sufficient or not sufficient. So, you got to kind of help me understand exactly what it is. I mean, we can, say the templates look fine, but I don't think, we're going to be able to tell you, hey, we think these are legally sufficient or whatever. So,
right. So I believe, in answer to that question, Mayor, is that we have had a lot of input from the District Attorney's Office, from Mr. Munn, and, it is my understanding that, they have blessed these contracts, that they are in the best interest of the city, and that they'll help protect the city as best that they can. I mean, is that a fair statement?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and members of the board, we went through a process. Basically, because we kept getting the repetitive problems that were appearing in our boilerplate. So when I revised these agreements, I took them off of automatic paragraphing, because with automatic paragraphing, sometimes if you tweak the contract and you're not real, that program can do weird things to you and change numbers that you didn't intend to change. And so you were finding paragraphs that were out of sequence, that were cross-referenced and weren't matching. So it's all a manual paragraphing system. And then we took the boilerplate that, for the most part, was fine. It's just we needed to be consistent from version to version, so that we essentially our base boilerplate is the same in all three of these agreements, except for how they are tweaked relevant to a professional operating or a construction project, the additional terms that you'd need for that. So the concept is we have these base contract language that the DA's office says works, and that Public Works has looked at, and we're all comfortable with this language, and that it would be our intent that increases the review process for you and for all of us, that if the template is there, that we're not forced to reread all this boilerplate every time a contract comes across our desks. And so that if that boilerplate is changed, that would be found in some addendum or attachment to this agreement that changes specific language within the template. So it just improves everyone's reliability that what they're reading has been reviewed and vetted properly, and that if there's any changes, there's a heads up and you know where to look for that change.
And Randy, did you go through all these? I mean, when I looked at them a while back, you know, it seems as though there's some cumbersome language in these things that kind of didn't, sometimes, even for me, who was getting long in the tooth, pretty hard to understand what we're trying to get at, you know. And hopefully you went through and kind of cleaned up some of that stuff where we, because it just seemed, and you know, I've also been, was toying with the idea, have we looked at other jurisdictions' contracts, how we meshed up with other jurisdictions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and everyone that has read through this that found language that was confusing, we tried to rewrite it a little bit to make it clearer. Essentially, this language comes from the Attorney General's form contract that they went through a whole process about 10 years ago to basically standardize state contracting. So we've leveraged off of that. This original language in the city's agreements were from that process. So we haven't deviated from that substantially. Just in clarity, we've tried to clear up some of the issues and, you know, found a typo here and a word that seems awkward there. But essentially, the language is consistent with what the state is imposing upon state agencies, which filters down through all the purchasing departments of all the cities as being kind of the standard language that everyone tries to adhere to. So that we're all in a familiar environment when we're contracting with a state entity, and the contractors that are contracting with the state and they're also contracting with the city have fairly similar language. So yes, is it perfect as far as, you know, readability for the average person? Well, no, lawyers never do that. But I think it's
go broke.
It's legally sufficient to accomplish the
all right.
the
so you're
city's
comfortable
purposes.
with the legal sufficiency of the documents? Is what I'm. Okay. All right. Are we going to do the same with our bid packages? Or the city manager took his glasses off. Yeah.
We're going through our, Darren Schultz, Public Works for the record, we're going through our bid documents, basically the front end, the general conditions that don't change, and we're establishing similar guidelines, but they're not quite as black and white there as they are here. But with the idea that ADA forms, DBE goals, those type of things which we've struggled with in the past, we're trying to clean that up. So we are going through a process, but it's not quite as clear cut here, only because we have, as the funding sources vary, those bid documents ebb and flow. So
Okay. Well, I think that's our next endeavor, is to look at that. I mean, for obvious reasons that we've been through earlier this year. And I think, you know, there's no need to reinvent the wheel on that, because one, we've got the, you know, template going, and there are other jurisdictions. So I think that when we do these things, we ought to kind of, one, look at what other jurisdictions do, and then maybe also ask some of our, you know, the people who we deal with on a routine basis about these bids, these packages, you know, do these make sense to you? You know, is there a different form or something like that where, or somebody has got, you know, something that the bidders kind of understand. So I think, you know, kind of get them involved in it as to what they see, what would make sense. Okay. All right.
It's a good point. It came up during a Regional Transportation Commission meeting, and one of the suggestions was let's get our local bidders, contractors involved in this too, to make it easier for them, so they're understanding what we're trying to do, and so we're making that part of the process.
Thank you. Let's go with Karen.
Randy, this just kind of goes along with what the mayor was speaking about, specifically the labor and material payment bond and the performance bond. Know all men by these presents or presents? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that one is legalistic way of knowing. It's an anachronism that came out of probably the English common law, but it's supposed to say attention to everybody who's reading this document. That's what we stick in there.
Well, I'm just wondering if it would be present instead of, the plural seems odd. I don't know.
Presence is kind of the legalistic way of,
Frankly, I never looked at that.
yeah.
The old form kind of, like he says, common law stuff, it's kind of like, it didn't make sense when they wrote it the first time.
You could say, know everybody that this contract is being issued upon these terms. Okay. All right.
Couple of questions. First, when we get contracts in the future, are we going to get the Exhibit A and the Exhibit B documents, which are the scope of work, the general conditions, the special conditions? Because in the last few meetings, we haven't gotten those.
You're referring to construction contracts?
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I believe it's in all three templates.
We don't typically, we haven't provided those, and generally because they're about that thick.
Darren, the reason I ask is because we took them out of this current template. They were in the templates prior to revising these. So we saw the scope of work. It was actually in the contract. We saw the general conditions and the special conditions. Now they've been removed and they've been put into the Exhibit A and Exhibit B. So it doesn't give us, without the scope of work, we have some contract documents, but it's not complete because we don't know what the scope of work is.
Well, yeah, I think that's what you were looking at were the front end, the actual contract, that what gets turned in with the bid. And the overall directions to the bidder as well as those forms. But what you're referring to, general conditions, special conditions, that's all the technical specifications that go with the contract, and we haven't been providing those to you. If you would like that, we could do that. But I don't think from what we were providing before to what we're providing now was going to change. We weren't planning to change that.
I don't know that I have a specific solution, but my problem is that when we get a contract that has references to other documents and then we don't get those other documents to review, it makes my job hard when I have to make a decision because I'm approving or disapproving something based on partial information. So I'm just looking for some sort of a solution so that I know what the complete package is when I have to approve or disapprove something.
Okay.
So I will leave it up to you to determine what information we need to get to have a full package, but it's just very difficult when we have references to other documents that we then don't see.
We'll talk about that.
If I could, Supervisor Bunkowski, have at least up until the previous point, you've been satisfied with the amount of information you've gotten. In other words, if we replicate what has been done in the past with the new document templates, would that suffice?
Yes.
Okay.
Prior to this revision, all of the referenced materials were there, and I understand, Darren, what you're saying, that some of this information comes in after the fact, so you can't present it to us. Some of it is just technical data that we don't need to see, but there are references in the contracts to information that we should see to be able to make a decision on this contract. So that's really what I'm looking for. And then my other question for Darren is, are we still going to move forward? Are we still talking about moving forward with the pre-construction roundtables for bidders?
The pre-bid meetings.
Pre-bid?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
And just following up on what Supervisor Bunkowski is talking about, I find myself in the same position, but I struggle with how do you answer that, because if you provide a summary of what's in those bid documents, I mean, the attachment, I worry that the summary is, if it's not extremely complete, is going to create, if there's an error in that, it's going to create more problems. So you guys think about that, but think about how to do it and maybe sit down and meet with one or Supervisor Bunkowski or one or more of us and kind of get an idea of what they're looking at in terms of making a decision. Supervisor McKenna.
My suggestion on that matter is to provide them electronically so that we don't waste a lot of trees. The item number 8, remedies, it states the attorney fees for either party shall not exceed $125 per hour. That seems to be, based upon the attorneys I've worked with lately, that seems to be low. Is that set by law? Is it enough so that if the city prevails, we recover our costs?
And that certainly is an item that was be subject to negotiation in any contract. I mean, we've set an amount for the government lawyers. Now, if they come back and say, no way for our lawyers, yeah, that's obviously something that can be negotiated.
Could we set, since it's our contract, we set it one-sided, the city will be reimbursed its actual cost. The person that signed the contract will be reimbursed $125 an hour. I mean, if we're going to be unfair, we might as well be unfair.
Well, yeah, we don't want to invite a fight, so I try to have some mutuality in most of the language. It hasn't become a sticking point. I think it's really a non-issue as far as if it's really a big deal to a contractor, they're going to bring it up.
Yeah, and it kind of preserves the liability issue that's out there in terms of what you're responsible, what potential is for payment of fees. So, Supervisor Shirk.
Well, if staff does meet with one of the supervisors or two, would the other Board of Supervisors be then included in what was discussed and what is the remedy for it?
We'll be happy to present any type of discussion that we've had, either in the weekly meeting that I have with you, Supervisor Shirk, or at another time in keeping with the open meeting law.
Yeah, and I just do want to just note that, these documents are living and breathing documents, and they're going to be changing. And, especially, our plan is to revisit them after every legislative session, based on, NRS changes and things like that. So, we'll at least take another look at them, after every legislative session. And again, as things come up, we'll work with them as the best we can. So,
John.
Is there a need for a checklist or some type of submittal form, that sort of thing,
right,
with this?
That's a possibility. So I believe that's probably a good idea.
And Randy, the electronic issue, does the old meeting law allow, require hard copies at a meeting?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what drives how much comes into your packet, because what we make available to you has to be made available to the public, and, and so of those that are requesting hard copies, we don't want to be printing something this big. So, I mean, there's an economic part of that decision as to how much information to dump on your lap. To the extent that people are willing to get it in data form, certainly it's available to everybody. It's a public record. It's just a question of what we put in your packet.
It's on our website.
Okay. And those transactions are on the website for Public Works, so.
Okay. Public comment? Anybody want to weigh in? Seeing none. Board, we okay? I think we'll entertain a motion to, if it works, to want to approve the templates, but without making a finding or an order on the legal sufficiency of the templates.
I move to approve the contract templates for Carson City construction contracts, Carson City professional services contracts, and Carson City independent contractor comments, with no comments on the legality or sufficiency of the contracts themselves.
Good.
Second.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Discussion's in order.
The motion should read independent contractor agreements.
No, it's all of them. It's professional, independent contractor.
Right, there was a misstatement of the recommended board action.
So amended.
And second, the amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Anything else on the motion? On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried, unanimous. Okay, thanks. All right. Randy, you okay with that? All right. Okay, the report of the receipts and expenditures. Mr. Provinetti?
I just wanted to note, this is the typical board item that I present to you at every board meeting. Supervisor Shirk did have a couple of questions that I just wanted to address. The first question was on the Quality of Life Fund that currently has, or it had as of September 23rd, a little over $6.7 million. The question was, is there any money set aside for the MAC in that fund? And the answer is yes, most of it actually. It's a little over $5.9 million of that money is set aside for the MAC. On the Street Maintenance Fund 256, there was a question about the 5-cent sales tax. It's actually the 5-cent gas tax. It's 5 cents of the 9 cents, I believe was the question. The 9 cents gas tax is the RTC tax. It is not in that 256 fund. That's in Fund 250. In 256 fund, there's a 1/4 cent sales tax. There's a county option 1 cent gas tax. And then there's a 5.3 cent gas tax that's distributed to the counties based on population, assessed value, and road miles. So that's what's in the street maintenance fund. It's not the 5 cents of the 9 cents, okay? Is that confusing? The RTC fund has the 9 cents, and of that 9 cents, the 5 cents was the additional 5 cents that the board levied to go to the freeway. So that's not in the 256 fund. It's in the 250 fund, which is the RTC fund. So that's the only questions I have.
Board comments or questions of Mr. Provinetti? Public comments or questions? No motions in order. Who wants to do it? Supervisor Bankowski.
I move to accept the report on the condition of each fund in the Treasury and the statements of receipts and expenditures through September 23rd, 2014 per NRS 251.030 and NRS 354.290.
Motion by Supervisor Bankowski, second by Supervisor Abad on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. Let's take up Parks and Rec. Horse Creek Ranch issue. Who's here to do? Oh.
Good morning.
Ann, how are you this morning?
I am doing well, thank you.
Good, I didn't see you over there. Good. Take us through Horse Creek
I'm
Ranch.
prepared and ready. Kathy, can you help me with the projector? The item in front of you this morning is a new concept for open space. It is a recommendation from the Open Space Advisory Committee to not purchase a property. This is to not purchase any and all of 3 parcels known collectively as Horse Creek Ranch and owned by Michael Fagan. Just a background and some information on this property for you. The map on display shows the location of the property. Horse Creek Ranch, the parcel up for sale is 201 acres. 175 acres of that parcel is covered with a conservation easement, and I will go into more detail on that in a moment. The location of that property is in Kings Canyon. From the end of the paved portion of Kings Canyon Road, if you head west on the dirt road for 2 miles, you come to a fork in the road. A left takes you to a Forest Service property. Straight ahead is a gate that is the entrance to Horse Creek Ranch. And if you turn right, you can continue on Kings Canyon Road, also known as the Old Lincoln Highway. Michael Fagan has submitted a letter for public comment. Nick, I'm sorry, was that passed out yet? Okay, it was just passed out. In that letter, Michael Fagan also refers to a second parcel that he has offered to Open Space for purchase, and if we're not interested, he will also place that on the market. That property is also highlighted on that map, but I would like to remind you that that parcel is really not up for discussion under this agenda item, but it is highlighted here so you can see where that property is in location. The 20-acre parcel is located right here, right along Highway 50 and near the Clear Creek interchange. The property in blue is already owned by the Open Space Program, which we also refer to as Horse Creek Ranch, and it's the fee title acquisition. So we own that fee title.
Where is the conservation easement then?
Right in this area.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I will show another map as well, close-up of the easement and why there's a difference in those acres. This map is the last one. Thank you. Is the last page in your report. And so this is a close-up of the conservation easement property. The area highlighted here with a hash mark is not in the easement. When we were going through the discussions with Michael Fagan and the mutual interest of preserving the values of this property, which is the agricultural uses, it is also the headwaters of Clear Creek, the scenic values, wildlife habitat, and historic values as well. Michael Fagan did want to preserve some of the property potentially for development rights. So at one time, this property was a larger parcel. He subdivided into 3 parcels and then reserved this right not in the easement for development. The larger parcel, 121 acres, has limited development. One residential structure can be built on that parcel outside of the meadow, not to exceed 3,500 feet. The conservation easement, one of the questions Supervisor Shirk had, the easement is permanent. Perpetuity, it stays with the land. If the land is sold, the easement stays with the property. So we always will have a vested interest in this property. If for whatever reason Carson City decides that we do not wish to carry on that easement, the easement was funded in part by the State of Nevada Question 1 program. They would have the first right to receive that easement. If they do not wish to receive that easement, then the offer would be made to a nonprofit organization with a similar interest in protecting those values. And then so on down the line to protect what we have gone through to protect these parcels. In addition to that, not only does the deed and the interest in preserving these lands, is that protected, but if Carson City wishes to give that up, it is also a financial impact to us. We would have to pay the state back, not just for the grant, but also a percentage for each year that we've held the easement. I apologize, I did not include the funding agreement with the state in your packet, but there are many restrictions on this property.
And
Yes.
Mr. Fagan's letter references a first right of refusal.
Correct. The first right of
What is that?
The first right of refusal was language included in the conservation easement. He gave Carson City the first right to purchase this property. The terms of that first right was 45 days to accept and to deposit 5% of the asking price.
Okay, so,
And we're beyond the 45 days at this point.
but is there an actual buyer for this property then?
Not that I am aware of.
So what do we do? I mean,
He does not have it on the market yet.
well, I guess, usually these first rights are, when you've got a buyer in, then you have a first right to meet that. So what we're saying here is that there's no buyer, but this is what it would be marketed for. Do you want to exercise your first right on that? Is that what we're doing?
That is correct. And somewhat in those terms, we would be the buyer, and so he's given us that first
I
right.
guess I don't understand why we would, help me understand why we would make that judgment call before we knew what a third-party buyer is going to potentially buy the property for. Maybe I'm missing.
Sure. I think the intent was before Michael Fagan offered it on the market and to a third party, that he would offer it to us, that we have an interest, I believe was the intent.
Okay, so if we say we don't want to proceed with buying it under the current terms that have been offered, that should, I guess, leave the first right of refusal intact for a subsequent transaction if there is one.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. We're all clear on that? I mean,
And just to make sure that I understand that conversation as
Yeah.
well. So if Michael Fagan sells this to the next party, another Mr. Bonkowski, let's say. And the easement stays on the property, and then when Supervisor Bonkowski wants to sell the property, again, it comes back to us. Does Carson City?
I got you on that. What I'm talking about is, and use me, suppose I go to Mr. Fagan, because this piece of property is a gorgeous piece of property. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you don't find this anywhere else in the state, in the world, I think. But suppose I make an offer to buy it today. Let's take it like this. Today we say no, we don't want to buy it because for whatever reason we don't have the funds, yada yada. Okay, and then a year later I come in and I say, well, I want to buy that, Mr. Fagan. So he says, does he have to tell the city then, hey, Kroll wants to buy it, and then you've got the ability to meet that offer?
No, I don't believe we need to meet that offer. From this point,
we have not a right, not an obligation to meet it, but a right to buy it on those same terms the city does. I mean, that's what a first right of refusal. Maybe Randy, am I going nuts here?
I haven't read the language of the first right, and it sounds like what she is saying, what Ann is saying, is that it's written that he has to just offer it to us once, and then he's free to go out and sell it.
I think that's the case. Here's the section.
While the attorney's reviewing that language to help, a few other items I'd like to cover here. The first letter that Mr. Fagan provided to the city, he said the value was $3.5 million. A following letter dated September 9th, and most recently, he said there is an appraisal by him, not by the city, that estimated the value at $3 million. And also, the Open Space Advisory Committee voted unanimously not to pursue the purchase for the following reasons. There are inadequate funds. Currently, we have less than $6,000 in our acquisition account. The open space program needs to focus its emphasis on managing existing properties. And the Open Space Committee, it feels the land is already protected through the conservation easement placed on the property.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just read into the record that the language of the first right of refusal. Should Fagan wish to list the property for sale with a realtor, he will first offer the exclusive option to purchase, So it sounds like the decision to list it would begin the 45 days. And then once we don't exercise it, then he's free to sell it. And there's no other time that we get that first option again.
So I wanted to be kind of clear on what we're doing here. Okay, all right. Public comment on this issue? Board?
Mayor, may I?
Oh, you ready to go?
May I?
Sure, you sure can. Go.
Mr. Fagan couldn't be here in person, so we have shared a letter from Mr. Fagan for public comment. And some of the highlights in that letter, I'll highlight the last paragraph. Mr. Fagan says he would like to see these parcels remain undeveloped and used for public benefit for generations to come. He's willing to be as flexible as possible, finding a way for the Carson City to purchase these parcels. But in order to do so, he would need confirmation from the city. The second item for public comment comes from our chairman, Bruce Scott, of the Open Space Advisory Committee. He says, feel free to speak for him at the board today. I think the letter speaks well for Mr. Fagan and his interest in continuing to work together. What I heard at Open Space is there is a general committee interest, but the lack of funding and the concerns about meeting other financial requirements for management and operations in the near term are a higher priority. There seems to be a consensus that with the conservation easement, we have some level of protection. We have had issues up there in the past, and a human presence might help deter in the future.
Okay. Unless there's an objection, we'll put those in the record. Okay. All right, Brad, and then John.
It's kind of an unusual first right where we'd actually be exercising an option to purchase for 5% of the listing price rather than 5% of a negotiated price or an appraised price. It seems kind of ambiguous since you can list it for whatever price you want. But it seems like we're pretty well protected on this, and since we don't have the money, if we choose to disapprove or decline this item, are there going to be continuing conversations with Mr. Fagan going forward about a land swap or other outside-the-box type of negotiations
For this parcel?
for this
property?
parcel and for the 20 acres?
If the board directs us in that direction.
So you would need specific direction from us to do that?
That is correct.
Thank you.
So if I understand this correctly, we state we don't want the property, and Mr. Fagan can then sell the property and somebody can build one house on this property. It's not going to turn into 800 houses or anything like that.
On the largest parcel, which is most of the meadow, it's 121 acres, there is a restriction of one unit not to exceed 3,500 feet. The other two parcels, one is approximately 25 acres, the other is 28 acres. Mr. Fagan or a future owner could go through the city process of potentially dividing those parcels up further. Currently it meets zoning of 20-acre parcels, but if someone wishes to go through that public process to rezone and divide, they could.
Okay, are there any water rights or anything like that? I assume this feeds King Canyon Creek, which is our major water source for surface water.
The waters on this property feed into Clear Creek.
Okay, so they go across the highway then?
They go under the highway,
Okay.
yes. And the easement talks about water rights. I would just need to double check that.
Do we want that? Does our Public Works want that water as a potential developable future source of potable water for the town? Come on up. Mr. Rotter.
Danny Rotter, Engineering Manager for the record. We're just actually starting a master plan update. And based on just briefly what I've seen of this, I don't know that we'd have any near-term interest whatsoever. We've got so many rights in groundwater wells and Marlette Hobart to worry about in Douglas County water that this water we would probably just let it go. But I'd have to confirm with Darren with that. So.
No, I understand. I'm not going to put you on a spot here, but I am going to bring up a worry. I'll put it that way. Clear Creek has been developed. The road, who knows who owns it? Everybody says they own it, everybody says they don't own it, and nobody wants to maintain it. I see a lot of development going into that area. I can see future problems for future boards, maybe 20 years out, maybe 30 years out. But that whole area is going to be developed. It's a beautiful area. It's got freeway access. It's got a freeway interchange. Douglas County is going to build a major number of houses across the street. I think that if, I don't know, without having a thought process, not a thought process, but a long-term plan for that area of where it's going to go, future boards will be sitting here going, well, we don't own the road, but we are liable for any accidents that happen on it, just like we are now with Clear Creek. I see another Clear Creek in the making, so I'm worried about giving up our right to acquire it. If Mr. Fagan is not pushing on us to do it, if he wants us if he has a timeline in mind, I'd like to know that. Why are we discussing it today versus 5 years from now? That sort of thing. Is there anybody else out there that wants this? Are there Southern Nevada Land Act funds out there? Does the Sierra Club want it? Is there somebody we could put into our stead so that we get this property so it doesn't get developed? Or does Carson City want to develop that off the freeway there and make it into, I don't know, Carson City West? I just don't want to make a mistake of allowing private lands to be developed and then developed in such a manner that the city has a massive liability or an unknown liability out there a few years from now, and everybody going, why didn't they think of that back then? So I guess where I'm going is if Mr. Fagan's willing to talk about land swap, if Mr. Fagan's willing to talk with us and not force this issue within a short period of time, I think we ought to talk to him.
You know, I think it's such a great area up there. I think to allow this to slip through and not acquire this for the citizens of Carson City is a big mistake. I understand the recommendation, there's no money. I just feel that in the short period of time that we're presented this, there had to have been ongoing discussions, or should have been. I don't know if they're either way here, and I'm not criticizing. I'm just thinking, if we don't acquire this, I think it's a big mistake. I really do. For a community to have an open space advisory committee is great, but we need the funding. I realize that. I know we don't have it, but I think we could somehow, we got to find this money, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And someone will purchase it, and they will, in some period of time, come back, and they will develop it. They'll approach it, and they're going to develop it, and we're going to lose it.
What did we pay for the conservation easement?
The total cost of the conservation easement was $1.1 million, and Carson City paid just over $500,000. If I can, I'd like to respond to some of those questions that came up. Supervisor McKenna asked about the water rights. I would need to look into more detail on the water rights owned by Michael Fagan for this property. If he, in fact, does own water rights, it would be a different transaction completely. It would not be part of his asking price or the appraisal. Land and water are not connected, so it would probably be two transactions. The second question, what is the timeline? There is a timeline in the sense that Michael Fagan has an interest in selling the property. So if he will put it on the market.
Supervisor Shirk, also, if I could address your last point, I'm not advocating for or against this. I just want to be able to provide all the information so that you and the board can make an informed decision. The real issue is the current account balance is not the only funding mechanism that the city would have. The current Question 18 bond is going to be paid off, I think, next month. So it would be possible, I don't know if this would be the course of action, but it would be possible to float an additional bond, use the Question 18 revenues as the funding source for that bond. The issue then becomes a trade-off as to, do you purchase this property, use the revenues that both the Open Space Committee and I think the Parks Department would recommend for management and sustainment of our current properties. So it's actually a trade-off, but I just want to make sure that you have all the information you need in order to make this decision. Ann or Nick P., if I misspoke, please correct me.
And in this conversation about swapping land, do you have any idea of what land Carson City would own that Michael would be interested in?
Recently, our department looked at two other land swaps. Most recently, last year we acquired the Potter property at the base of Sea Hill. The Potter family was also interested in a trade, and that was a smaller parcel. I can't remember, 18 acres maybe. And even working with them, we couldn't find something that was compatible either in size, value for that swap. Briefly looking at the maps that we have in Carson City and the open space program does manage most of our public land now. Most of our lands are similar deed restricted through our grant funds, mostly from the State Question 1 program. We've acquired property through SNPLMA and Forest Legacy. So it's not likely that those grant programs would allow us to exchange those lands. Other properties we've acquired through the lands bill. So briefly looking at the maps, looking at the value of this property, we did inform Michael that it's highly unlikely that we can find a similar value. One other comment I would like to add, if we went in the direction of a bond or some other funding alternatives, most of our properties we have acquired through grants. We've always looked at that opportunity to look for cost share and spread our money as much as we can. Because there is already a conservation easement on this property, we have talked with the Forest Legacy and Community Forest Grant Program. We use that program for the Wilson acquisition up in Upper Ash Canyon. They said it is not likely this property is eligible or would be highly ranked because it's already protected.
Just so we're clear, I don't see us buying any more open space. It doesn't mean we're not going to acquire it. It just means we're not going to pay for it. And if there was a trade, that would be fine. I'm not worried about the property with a conservation easement on it. I'm worried about properties that can be developed. Is there a way we can, well, let's be frank, is there a way we could create sufficient control where any city improvements such as roads, sewer, water is paid for before the first house goes in there? This old-fashioned, and I'll give you the Sierra Vista Lane. Sierra Vista Lane's a road. It's needed by the residents for them to get in and out of their homes. They pay gas tax, they pay real property tax, but the roads are substandard. We can't afford to maintain those roads. They cost much more than Carson Street costs. And so we're building in future costs to the future residents of Carson City. How do we prevent that? How do we cause the people that develop it to pay their fair share what it's actually going to take to maintain that thing, and we don't get sandbagged 20 years later again? So trade, deed restrictions, I don't know. But I just see another Clear Creek developing, I'll put it that way. Because that area will be developed. It's pretty up there. It's very nice. It's right next, or it's got highway access to it. That whole western side of Carson City is going to be developed as Douglas County develops their properties to the south of there. I think some thought needs to go into it before we give up our right to the table.
Well, I think there's a lot of roads that need upkeep, John, just not that one road that you mentioned. I know that one does need it, but in the community, there's a lot of streets that need repair and upkeep. I think at this juncture, the recommendation of the board is to accept the recommendation not to pursue the purchase of any of these three parcels. And I don't think that's a wise decision until we can be informed by staff that there's no means or funds available or any way, shape, or form that we can purchase this. As the city manager just mentioned, question 18, maybe that can come into effect. I think we need to examine this and know for a fact that there's no way that we could not purchase this for Carson City residents. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I think it's worth pursuing.
Okay. For the record, Roger Mullendorf, Parks and Recreation Director. I guess to follow up on your statement, Jim, we don't have the means right now at the present time to purchase that property without going into a bond, going into debt to purchase it. If we did that, then the money that, as the city manager said, the money that would be used to pay off the debt would really be taken away from our funds to maintain and manage the property. So I think personally that the property is already adequately protected through the conservation easement. Requires the protection we need to want to maintain that property as it is.
Brad?
Roger or Ann, are you aware of any BLM parcels that might have been considered surplus? Maybe in the north or the east?
Well, we're aware of the properties, and we have a listing of those properties, but as Ann mentioned, we really have very few properties that would be an equal in value for the property that they're asking for up here at this ranch.
That we currently own?
That we currently own.
But if there's a designated surplus property by BLM, there's a chance for us to do some sort of an
There would be an
exchange with
opportunity there.
BLM,
We
a
could
three-way
look at.
swap.
Yeah, there's an opportunity. We could look at that. Of course, we have to wait for the transfer of the property from BLM too.
Right.
If I can add to that, though, because it is a transfer, an exchange with BLM, yet some of those lands can be sold, but they need to be auctioned. We can't just acquire and trade.
Has anybody asked Mr. Fagan if he's interested in a golf course?
I can certainly do so.
Just wanted to see if everybody was awake, and John, don't put that in the paper.
Thinking outside the box, that's all right. All right. For the board, public comment? Anybody want to weigh in? Okay, I don't see anybody. Bringing it back to board, my own sense is, I agree that this is a pristine piece of property. But I also remember when we put the conservation easement on it, we knew that we probably were not going to be able to buy this piece of property, and the conservation easement was done in order to prevent the development on at least the larger portion of that piece of property. So from my perspective, it doesn't deal with the smaller acreages, but for the large part of that meadow down there, and one who wants to continue to keep looking at that view that we have on that picture right there, I think that's protected for Carson City. And I think that was the purpose of the conservation easement, and a good expenditure of money to go down that road. And so I understand the necessity of, he wants to list. We've got a right to say yes or no, we want to get in. I don't think that, if we take a motion today, and it's up to the board whether they want to do that, but that necessarily forecloses going down the road and talking further discussions with him regarding, acquisition issues. But I would just close by saying that, from my perspective, the conservation easement was put on that piece of property in order to solve the issue that we have before us today. So that's fine. John, go.
I'll make a motion when you're ready.
All right. Well, we'll see where motion's in order.
Okay, with fear and trepidation for the future, I think we need to get our planning department or our planning aspects on that area of Carson City in order. But that's not part of the motion. My motion is to accept the recommendation of the Open Space Advisory Committee to not pursue the purchase of any or all of the 3 parcels known collectively as Horse Creek Ranch.
Second for discussion.
Motion for second for discussion. Discussion's in order. Go.
I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if he would amend his motion to include a staff directive to keep an open line of communications with Mr. Fagan.
I don't have a problem with it. I just don't know that it's, yep, sure, fine.
The seconder amends the second.
All right. Okay. Further discussion. All right. On the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you, Ann, very much, and thanks for the due diligence. And tell Mr. Fagan thanks for, working with us all these years. I know he's, it's one item, but he's worked very closely with the city over time, and so thank him very much for that.
Thank you. I'll
And thank you
share
for that
those.
view right there. You could leave that up for a while if you want. That's all right. All right. All right.
I can do that, but I need to
Okay.
take my drive.
Okay. All right. Let's take up the Sesquicentennial Fair. Marina, are you going to do this?
I am, Mayor, and I need just about a minute to set up.
Well, why don't we just take a break for 10 minutes here? It's 10:30. We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. reconvene the Board of Supervisors. We'll now take up item number 19. This is a status report and final briefing on the Sesquicentennial Fair. Marina, going to lead us off on this?
Good morning, Mayor, Board. I want to give you a brief update on the fair that we held July 30th through August 3rd at Fuji Park and Fairgrounds. It was, as you know, a celebration of the Nevada 150th birthday and a chance for us to trial a fair at Fuji Park and in Carson City that was widespread and for the whole community. So first I'm going to play you a very quick video that was produced by the Visitors Bureau. I think that video really captured the heart and soul of the fair. It was a great gift you all did for the community. It was a gift that was enjoyed by all ages. It was a gift that I had numerous people repeatedly tell me how appreciative they were. So I want to thank the board for having gone forward with this last year. You did a good thing, and as you could see, it offered a little something for everyone, and there were lots of people there, so it was great. I want to refer you now to the report that's in your packet, which is just a very brief summary to go over what a few more specifics of the fair. So this is our annual report to summarize what we did. And as you can see, we had many offerings, from a carnival to horseshoeing contest, a rodeo, a concert, and lots of 4-H animals, a 4-H garden. We had muzzleloaders. So we had hopefully something for everybody, and in a venue that was really a reawakening of Fuji Park for many of us. I know it was for me. And realizing what a gorgeous setting. And I want to point out, too, that a lot of comments I received were just strictly on that what a beautiful place to have a fair. Because in Nevada, especially, when we had a state fair, it was up in Reno, and it was on the asphalt and the fairgrounds. And even though they had nice buildings, when you really walked around the fair, it wasn't all that appeasing. So I think what people really enjoyed was the venue. The setting was phenomenal. We had, as you know, then the Comstock Cowboys. We had about 310 people attend that. That was graciously sponsored by the Carson City Chamber of Commerce. So the ticket sales that we received from there then ended up being profits for us. The Ranch Rodeo, we have a number of 215. then the number was captured by the Visitors Bureau. I think we might have had a little more than that, but what we did on the ranch rodeos, we split the sales with the group. So these venues, whether the Comstock Cowboys and the rodeo, did not cost us any money to bring in. They were like the Cowboys, like I said, were sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, and then the rodeo was brought in with a deal that we would split the gate at the gate fee. And so our share of it was the $3,339.94. So again, it was something that helped us make money and didn't cost us anything to provide. The livestock show, and this is a picture from the auction that we held on Saturday. We had the youth that raise what we call the market animals, so they're going to be some of the beef, sheep, swine, and goats, chickens, and rabbits that you saw. And they would go through the auction, and we had buyers, and actually we had a great little auction. We had about 36 youth go through, and everything sold, which was great. So the sales from the auction were $29,375.97. Out of that, we keep 7% because of the expenses that we would have doing the auction, such as the auctioneer, transporting of the animals, that type of thing. And then the rest of the money does go to the youth that raised and showed those animals. I put a little blurb in there. I'm not going to read it to you, but there's a lot of studies nationwide that really show and support what types of benefit these programs are to kids. And interestingly enough, because this wasn't the results they expected from this particular research study out of Texas Tech, but actually social relationships came up number one. I think what they were expecting was more responsibility and some of the traditional things we looked at. But instead they found social relationships, character, family togetherness and values, exposure to cultures, and knowledge of care of animals being the top 5. And we really saw that at the fair. I think was mentioned earlier under public comment, we had a fantastic group of kids. And I can tell you that going through that, we set up the livestock barns on the west end of that park, and it was a busy place. And in fact, we tried to close it down at 10 o'clock, but the kids were so great. They kept talking to people for as long as people were coming through. And it was busy back there, and people had a lot of questions, and they wanted to see the animals, they wanted to pet them, they wanted to ask a lot of questions. And I was very proud with all the kids. We had kids from Douglas County, Lyon County, Carson City, Washoe County, Fallon, and they all were very invested in what they were doing and cared a lot about sharing their knowledge with the public. This is a really brief financial outlook, and the categories are a little funny, and gosh darn our city financial system, it's the way things track. But just to give you, and so when you see things like the CCCVB, that's they helped us take in some money. They had a little credit card thing on an iPad, so it wasn't money they donated per se. This was money they just collected for us. So when we look in the city financial system, that's kind of how I have to pull it in. But what this shows you is it cost us $67 or 87? Help me with $87,000 roughly is what we had for income on the fair between what this board gave, donations we received, carnival sales, any kind of ticket sales, the auction income, all of that. And it cost us about $155,000 to run the fair, so it gave us a net of around $32,000. I want to say that we pulled these numbers because of timing of the board meeting. I pulled the numbers September 4th, I believe. So there's going to be a little variation. We had a few more expenses. We had a few more donations. So I'm guessing the final number to be around $28,000, $29,000 that will be still in the plus, if you will. We estimated about 21,000 people did attend the fair. We took those numbers off of estimates from the transportation and vendor numbers, and what we felt, how many walk-in people we had that didn't take advantage of the shuttle service. The carnival did gross a little over $60,000, which gave us about $16,000 in revenue. We did have 48 vendors. Most of them were local. We did have 12 out of state. And the food vendors did pretty well, grossing around $60,000, and that helped generate for us $21,000 in revenue. I put the picture of the wiener dog, came out kind of small on the screen, but if you don't know, that they came in on Sunday of the fair and they filmed a national commercial, and it was a lot of fun. They came in there and they given that little wiener dog whistles, and then they taped some of the local kids that will be in this commercial next year. So it was really, it was quite fun. So we really felt that for a first year out, it was a phenomenal experience. It was, obviously we would have hoped that we could come back and say, hey, we made enough money to just keep this thing rolling. That wasn't the case, but when we look at the whole success of it, it was highly successful. After we came for approval a year ago, there were a lot of unknowns. And at the time, for example, we thought we'd be able to charge a gate fee. When we went out and really assessed Fuji Park, we realized there's no way. There's too many points of entry. And in order to do a gate fee at Fuji Park, there's going to need to be a lot more infrastructure put into Fuji. It may not be realistic. The other thing was, when I had done some research on fairs and current trends in fairs, and there's actually a current trend to not charge gate fees so that you do open it up for the community. I personally am very proud of the fact that that's the way it went and that it did open it up to people. We had Steve Chambers from he's the executive director of the Western Fair Association. I was highly impressed. He came by on Thursday to check out the fair. And he hunted me down. He talked with Parks and Rec for a while. He certainly talked with Susan Taylor, our fair manager, for a bit. And he made the comment that if this is what we were getting on a first year, that he thought we had a good thing going. And he was very impressed. And he told me, he said, don't expect that you're going to make money. He goes, not yet. He goes, but it'll grow, and you guys are going to do really, really well here. That meant a lot to me coming from him. He's, we're going to say this word only a couple times a day, I promise, but he is out of California. And California, you know, does have a few good things. And one thing that they did years ago was fund each county some seed money for fairs, and then I think the counties had to kind of take them from there. I'm not exactly sure their structure, but they do something along those lines. And they have more infrastructure. They have more from the get-go, I think, than we have. We started with very little from that standpoint, and I think that we were able to pull off a good show. We absolutely have areas for improvement. I put a few here. I didn't want to discourage you too much, but no. We had, you know, it was interesting. Susan had given me a packet afterwards of comments. And I have to say, it took me about 6 weeks to look at the comments. I was afraid to. I thought, I don't want to get discouraged. And I couldn't believe it. Because we gotten a lot of emails, we gotten a lot of thank you notes. In fact, prior to the fair ending, we were handed thank you notes from a couple of the clubs, the 4-H clubs that I believe I handed or sent out to the board members at the time, thanking us for the fair. And I opened up these comments expecting to see, oh my gosh, you did this wrong and you did that wrong, and that's not what happened. And I wish I'd opened it up 6 weeks earlier, but they were all very complimentary. And in the midst of the compliments, there were suggestions for improvement, which I very much appreciated, but the tone of all the letters blew me away. It was very complimentary. So parking, I'm going to have Patrick speak to it in just a minute. It went very, very well. The shuttle from the Fandango was smooth. In fact, I hopped on it with Vern one day because I said, we got to go try it out. So we hopped on and did a round trip, and it was, the gal, it was great bus driver. I mean, she was cracking jokes, she was telling stories, she was, you know, making the whole experience, even from the shuttle, a fun thing. So we took the round trip. It was, went really well. There was no holdups, there was no stopping. People parked all over the place as well. We thought, oh my gosh, Costco's going to kill us. You know, people aren't going to be able to get in. I received an email, which as well I passed along to the board from Bob Tate, the manager of Costco, and he's very pleased. He was very pleased with the whole process. So I was happy because one thing we wanted to do was not be a negative impact on any of the businesses around in holding an event like this, and in fact, he was thrilled. So that was good. We learned that signage could have been better in a lot of areas. One thing that we had signage for parking really well on South Carson, as you were heading south on Carson Street, coming from Carson City. But what we really needed more areas, especially if you were heading north from Douglas County, because you're hitting the fairgrounds first, and we didn't have good direction on where you could go and where you can park. We certainly learned things like that. We learned about signage around the fair itself, how we can do a much better job mapping it out, showing where things are, that type of thing. And other improvements. We felt maybe the horse show could have had a little more publicity or openness to it. I think it was on a Wednesday and Thursday, so we needed to get other events in the arena, and they might have gotten a little bit of a, not so much visibility as would have been nice. The exhibit hall, more displays, but I think that would come if the fair continues and that kind of thing. And I think at this point, I want to recognize that I have Susan Taylor here. She's going to add a few comments, and I want to have Patrick come up, and he's going to make a few comments in regards to how the parking went.
Can I ask a question first before?
Sure, absolutely.
Sorry. I just want to go back to your financial outlook page.
Yes.
And I was just going to ask a couple of brief questions. Livestock expense, could you just kind of tell us what that is?
Absolutely, and I'll have Susan make sure I get it all right. So you're looking at under expense, livestock expense of $37,710. Okay, so $29,000 of that is or $27,000 or so is the auction. Yeah, why don't you go ahead, you'll do a better job.
$27,320 of that is the funds that are paid to the children that exhibited. So that includes on the income and the expense side.
Okay.
So that's a major portion. And then included judges and auctioneers, transportation, awards for livestock, and things like that.
Okay, and then the follow-up question, just meals and entertainment. If you can just tell us briefly what that entailed.
Whoa. Where's your?
Sorry for the delay. What happens is in the city finance system, things get grouped, so it's been really hard to take the city sheet. Entertainment expense and pull it down.
That's our entertainers. Okay, I didn't understand your.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put them under meals. That is the juggler.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's the band. We had the Chris Gardner band. We had Sheriff Furlong's brother singing very well, by the way.
I know.
We had Summer of Love band and the juggler with fire and things like that. So that was entertainment expense, not meals.
I saw the meals that kind of threw it off. Okay. Thank you very much.
Marina, can you just elaborate on the venue for the Comstock Cowboys? How many could you seat if you maxed out?
The way we had it set up, we had planned for 500. That we could have arranged it different if we felt it was going to be a draw. We could have held up to, I believe, 1,200 in that one side of the arena. We pretty much knew we weren't going to get that much, so we actually arranged it for a 500 seating.
Okay, so if you were to get the funding today, and if you plan in advance, and if you get a band that doesn't play in Virginia City every week, you have the potential of bringing in more revenue.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of other types of, and whether it was a band or something different, I think we can make great use of that arena to bring in something that would bring in more revenue.
And you have the potential of more sponsors since we have a track record now.
That's huge. There were many sponsors or would-be sponsors that were hesitant for the first year. I will be quite frank. There were, and I had it told to me that they didn't think we could do it. There were some that didn't think we would be able to really pull off a fair, and I have had some of those people come back and go, it really did work out, so.
Okay, Patrick Pittenger, Transportation Manager, Carson City Public Works. I don't want to repeat too much of what Marina already said, but overall it went very well. The Casino Fandango was happy to work with us. They worked well with us. Even though we didn't fill up the lot all the way, we were really pushed to be able to move all the folks that we did have. This was the biggest thing we've ever done in the history of the Jack transportation system. Frankly, we were running 18 hours a day on all the routes. Sometimes we had 4 to 5 buses just serving that portion of Route 3 between the Fandango and the fair. I will point out that Casino Fandango has identified that they would be willing to work with us again in the future, which is obviously a very good sign and a good indicator for potential future events. Marina is certainly right. There are certainly some things we did learn as far as signage and also as far as utilizing the on-space sites that we would do a little bit differently in the future. Even though it went relatively well, there's still a few things we would change. We did have one rented Amador vehicle there, and they did very well, and we were very happy to have them. They were moving in the order of about 75 to 85 people per hour with just on that one bus, in addition to the people that we moved. We think we provided about 12,000 trips during the 5 days. And overall went well, and one final shout out for our city maintenance staff that made sure they kept all those buses running during this period. That was a big demand on them as well, and they did a wonderful job. So I'll take any questions before
Patrick,
I go sit down.
On the income and expense statement, there's a transportation expense for $3,400. What was the additional expense to the city through Jack for running the routes 18 hours a day? It seems like it would be more than $3,400.
Well, yes, the $3,400 was the cost associated with the Amador bus. The Amador bus was in service for 8 hours during what we thought would be the peak period, 4 to midnight. Plus we had to pay to get from Reno down here. So that was just the cost of the Amador bus. The Jack service that we provided, the regular service, obviously, it wasn't an additional cost. We did run all the routes until approximately midnight, and then we had additional services out there. So we spent on, in the order of about $10,000 to $12,000. It's hard to account for, the fuel exactly because it's not or the maintenance, because it's not specifically associated with those trips, but we estimated about that much money. Having said that, the fuel and the maintenance operation of the Jack system is those expenses are reimbursed at 50 to 80% depending on the costs that were there. So the actual cost realized by the city was actually much less than that.
Thank you, Patrick. And then I'm going to have Susan Taylor speak to some things, but one thing I did want to say, and I will say it was essential to put on the fair, and that was the help of the city services. One thing that would have made it to where we could not have even realized any money in the plus was if we weren't able to utilize Parks and Rec, Public Works, the Jack bus system. The sheriff's office helped us out tremendously. So those certainly were things that, had this not been a city function, like a separate group, would have had difficulty meeting all those needs in an economical way at this time, and again for a first year. So that was big, and I understand that those are real costs, and it was it still was a great event. So, okay, Susan.
Okay, and I met last week with Stephen Chambers, as Marina mentioned, from Western Fairs Association, and he said a first-year fair, you plan on losing anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 on a small fair, such as ours. And then, he says 3 years to break even, 4 years to show a profit. So he said the fact we were close to a profit or showing a little bit profit was amazing and unheard of. And he said it was proof that the city of Carson City and the state of Nevada are 100% behind this event. And so he thought that was great. As Marina mentioned, the grandstand events were at no cost to us. We did also have the Western States Farrier competition, which was at no cost to us, held out in the grandstand area when the other two events weren't going on. How we partially how we make our money, just so you know, is the food vendors pay 22% of their gross sales or a $500 minimum. So they have to meet that minimum. Even if they owe us $20, they still have to pay the $500 for being there. We had percentage vendors, which like the Walk on Water, pony rides, things like that. They were also at a percentage with a minimum. Commercial vendors, we had 3 different size spaces, 3 different prices. The carnival percentage was 20 and 25% based on pre-sale and on-site. Next year, that'll be 35% if we get to go ahead. 35% across the board, which will be added income to us. We had 15 nonprofit and charity type organizations that had booths there that raised money for their groups. One thing we did ask them to do was provide activities and interactions with the public, so we could count them as entertainment also, which also helped out the fact that the booths were at no cost. We received positive feedback, like Marina said, through letters, emails. We had exhibitors, we had probably 1,000 entries roughly, 359 exhibitors this first year. We had several 4-H kids that came to us that said they were the guinea pigs for their club. And if everything went well, the show went great, they were treated well, they'd be back. And so most of them said they'd be back with 30 plus members next year. And so I think we're going to have to get bigger tents if we do this. We had donors and sponsors, like Marina said, held off the first year. We had contacted Lowe's, Home Depot, big major chains who would normally be at a fair. They wanted to wait and see how we did. And so they are on board for next year if we do this. Tractor Supply was one, Nevada Bank, State Bank, et cetera. The one thing California does do that's good, last time I'll say this, they did a survey of economic impact of every fair in the state of California. And what they proved was fairgoers spend money in the community, the vendors spend money, like our food vendors. They got product at Costco and different stores around town to supply their businesses. Fairgoers spend money on tickets, fuel, lodging, et cetera. Commercial vendors too, food vendors, you know, they're out there buying fuel. They're getting motel rooms. They're eating out, you know, when they're not running the fair. We have sales tax revenue, TOT tax, and together the direct spending and the ripple effect in the businesses in the community, it does provide income to the community. So that's one thing they did prove through a study. There isn't a fair anywhere that doesn't provide a solid economic impact to the community. So that's one thing we wanted to bring forth.
Susan, one thing I wanted to ask, at most events that I attend, if you elect to have VIP parking, you pay for it. Would that be considered the next time out? Should this be funded as an additional source of revenue?
Definitely. Our VIP parking this year was sponsors, and next year we are planning on offering a package, a weekly package, X number of dollars, you get VIP parking. Mm-hmm.
Anything else before to open up the public? Public comments? Anybody? We want to.
The sheriff told me to stand up.
Oh.
Joanne Skelly, for the record, extension educator for Carson City.
You brought your briefcase, so you stand on that then. Okay, I got you.
Or a phone book, I guess.
All right.
I just wanted, and I'm going to introduce Sandy Wallen. She's our 4-H coordinator for Carson City. And we just wanted to thank the board for putting this event on, because our 4-H youth haven't had a venue to do their shows and their competitions since the state fair has closed. So Sandy and I worked with Susan and Marina on the action board to get things happening, and I just wanted to thank you for giving the kids an opportunity to have a really significant, terrific, successful 4-H event here in Carson City. I'm going to let Sandy speak more to the 4-H experience, because she was there every day, all day.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy Wallen, University of Nevada Cooperative Extension, 4-H and Youth Development Programs. This was good not only for the 4-Hers, but what Jim Barcelos, who's my staff partner at the office, and I discovered was the public response was huge. everyone was telling us how much they loved it. Grandparents with children, grandchildren, people who were coming down Spooner Summit and just dropped by because they saw it and they saw the activity and they thought, what's going on? They loved it. They all said to us without us prompting that they would love to see it as something that's permanent. And we were blown away by that. We didn't expect it. We knew our 4-H kids would go bananas. We knew that there were certain clubs that were saying, we're going to send people who will kind of scope it out for us to see if it's worthwhile next year. And they all came back and said, oh yeah, we're going to be here en masse next year. So I actually have a dedicated dairy goat leader who wants to bring 150 dairy goats next year. Where are we going to put them? But people were saying this over and over again. But the public at large, I expected it from FFA, I expected it from 4-H, I expected it from those families. I wasn't sure about the public at large. They're 100% behind it. I had only one grumpy person, and that was someone, wouldn't you know, the dog park. Okay. And that was a Douglas County person. It wasn't one of our people. So, and they were cranky because the dog park was not open, and you know, we invited them to enjoy the show. I think that this was an outstanding event for everyone, and I thank you so much for backing it.
Thank you, Sandy. Thanks, Joanne. Okay, anybody else? Hey, Judge.
Hey.
Good morning.
How are you guys? My name's Roby Willis, and I really thank the board, all of you, for what you did last spring by allowing this to take place. I mean, it was beyond my greatest expectations when I wrote that letter to the editor saying it's time for the state fair to be moved to Carson. Well, we had the sesquicentennial fair, and it's now time to continue on. I've been involved, as many of you have, in so many different activities in this community over the years. This is the one that had the least negative feedback of anything that I've been involved in. And so just want to thank each and every one of you, and let's continue this. And I'm just going to tease Kenny here a little, but I was going to say, this pittance that the board spent on this is less than what one clerk stole from Kenny's office. So I think we can continue.
Judge, really, did you feel like you needed to go there?
Lost your touch, man.
We can get to that from the state victims of crime and pay off the fair for the next year, right? Okay. Thank you very much for everything you
Thanks,
did.
Roby. Okay. I haven't heard that one before. That was all right, man. Further public comment. I don't know how you top that one.
Your car is leaving the parking lot right now?
Yes, ma'am. Come on. Yeah, come on, please.
I don't know that I can top that. No parents have spoken, though. My daughter showed an animal at the state fair. I was back there with all my notes to speak to the board, but everybody hit everything, so I was just checking things off. I feel like
name.
I'm Joylyn Harmer.
Right.
I wrote the letter to you all.
You did, right.
I'm Joylyn Harmer. My daughter Zoe Harmer showed a dairy cow, and I had nieces and nephews that had market animals, which the money comes in, and then they wrote a check out. So that $27,000, I think, is deceptive. The kids kind of made that, and then it went back out. It wasn't part of your 75. So I think this was a really good investment. I want to thank you for doing it last year. I think from the website, it met your stated goals. It was a great forum for dialogue with the community. Yes, the Comstock Cowboys play up at Virginia City every week. I think for a starter, they were cheap but cheerful and got people in there. And it kept it all local. So this provided a great venue for local businesses. Having the local food things was huge. I visited a few other fairs. In fact, as a follow-up, I bought a goat at one of the market animals, and the deciding factor, two children approached me needing buyers, and I asked them both, well, I've never bought a goat. How do I cook it? And the little boy tells me, well, in a pot. And the little girl says, well, yeah, you need a pot, but she says, my mom has a really good recipe. And I says, well, if you throw that recipe in, I'll buy your goat. So at the Yerington Fair, little girl comes running up to me, all in Spanish, 2 handwritten legal pages of a goat soup recipe, which next year I would be happy to buy a goat and prepare soup for everybody if you will just continue this. I bring up that story because, like Marina said, as far as the children who were displaying either things in the building or the animals, they had to communicate face-to-face with the public, and that is huge these days. The only time I saw the cell phones out and screwing around with them were the hundreds of people that were taking pictures of their children, or there was one man who came back 3 days in a row to see the Jersey dairy cow because he grew up with that. And people taking pictures with these animals. So it was really an excellent forum to get some of the things that make Nevada, Nevada in front of the public and have dialogues, the agriculture, the mining, the rodeo, a lot of those things. And my daughter did clearly explain to several people that no, we do not kill the dairy cow to get its milk. That the beef cows are over there, the dairy cow it's a renewable resource, we just keep milking her. So the education, again, priceless. So I really hope you consider keeping this. It was a good thing.
Thank you, Joy Lynn, and thanks for your letter very much. Okay, anybody else want to weigh in? We'll be talking more about this in the next agenda item as well. So, okay, anything further, Marina?
I'd like Susan to add just one thing.
Okay, the sound gentleman that I brought in for the main stage is Merle Haggard's sound man, and we got him on a day off, or a week off, thank goodness. And I'm working with him right now to try to get Merle in for a fundraiser, sometime before fair, obviously. December, January, February, that range. So he's going on tour all 3 months, and so we're in negotiations right now for that. And hopefully free, if not cheap.
Board, anything? We okay? Well, Marina and Susan, and to your whole crew and to all the volunteers, I think I speak for all of us in our entire community. Thank you for the effort you put in. I know that when we started this, started going down this road, it kind of started with Roby back there, you know, that can we really do this? Do we have the wherewithal to do it? And there was a lot of trepidation about even putting our toe in the water. And to have it, you know, I don't think I received one negative comment. I mean, I understand, you know, there was one comment, and I got that. But I think that, you know, there was a tremendous outpouring of family support for what was going on there, and that was really heartening because, you know, that's a large part of what makes Nevada, and somebody said it's our society. So I think please accept our thanks for all of this, regardless of where we go on the next item. Okay, all right. All right, this is information only, so we'll now close the hearing on this one and take up 19B. This is the issue of whether or not you want to continue this and what it might cost. So we'll go from there. Okay, you want to do that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. And the only thing I want to say about this item is certainly this is future funding for the fair. And I apologize for how confusing the item reads. And the reason for that is if the fair is going to continue, we realize, I certainly realize a year later, that we really need to commit to a couple of years. And so as not to be in this position, especially with the city government, we need to get things within a budget, and I certainly understand that. So and also when you approved the item last year, there was a request to pay back as part of the action, the $75,000 by Nevada Day of this year. That, first of all, can't happen because there isn't that much money. There's just, like we mentioned, the final accounting will show just under $30,000.
Got 30 days.
Right. Thank you.
And I was going to ask you, Nick, when we do these things, and I should know the answer to this, but I don't, Nick P., I think, or Nick, either one, when we say we want the 75,000 returned, do we set up, we don't set up a receivable, so that's budgeted, right? Okay, I got you. All right, thanks. I thought that was the answer. All right.
So with a lot of consideration on this item, I'll try to explain it a little. I don't know if I can be any clearer than the way it's written, but I'm going to try. It would be to, if you want the fair to continue, it would be to forgive the $75,000 payback. It would be to allow the money that's currently in the plus to remain in the fair account. Then, so as not to hit the budget so hard of the cycle we're currently in, is to add another 30 to that balance so that we can afford a fair manager to get everything done. Then it would be to add in the next year's budget, another 30 so that we can hold the 15 fair. And then so that we're not in this predicament again in a year, is to approve another 60 go in that line item for the 16 fair. So really this budget item is giving an additional 60,000 for the 15 fair and the 16 fair. It's just the way it's being done is to try to make the least impact to the current fiscal budget we're in right now and then get it in a line item for the future. Does that help?
Yeah. Let me ask you this. I mean, kind of, have the discussions been had with the city and the CCVB about whether this should be a city function, a CCVB function, or whatever? Any discussions on that, and are we crossing that bridge or not today as we go down that road? Good. Yeah.
Since I sit on the CCVB board, I've had the discussion with Joel as well. We've never had a fair before. So even though we are technically a fair and recreation board, it would be a discussion that we would have to have with the board within this next couple of months. And since budgets have already been set for this year, it would have to be something that's looked to in future budgets. And to figure out, the CVB did contribute marketing money this time, which is what we could do. And so it's just, it's subject to a board discussion with regards to funding.
And is part of this, not only for a fair in 2015, in the FY 2015 budget we're in now, but are you asking for 2016 as well? And if that were to happen, how does that interplay if the CCVB said, you know, we saw it happen twice, you know, assume it goes down here, you know, what you've asked for. What happens then if you could have a different overseer of the fair? So,
I might have to get our finance director to chime in, but my guess would be that the city would be able to move that money to the CCVB and have an agreement with them as well on the facility as far as rental charges, probably to waive those and access to city staff. But I believe as far as the budget goes, that money would be able to be moved to the CVB if that was a decision.
okay. I don't know if that's where it's going to go or not, but I think, you know, since as Karen mentioned, it really is the fair board by statute. Okay, go.
So
Nick,
you're talking about next year's budget?
No, 2016.
2016's budget,
Right.
which would be next year's. Yeah. So we could do anything that we wanted to do when we're preparing the budget. So you can tell me, yeah, we think it's going to be 75,000. We'll work with Joel and the CCCVB in March to determine how much the actual amounts are, and then we'll just budget what we think we need up to that $75,000. So if it's going to be less, if the CCCVB can kick in a little bit more, then we just won't budget as much. I mean,
Okay.
so we have a lot of flexibility.
I don't mean to put the cart before the horse, because I don't know how we're going to go on this issue, but we got it. John, I'm sorry.
What I'd like to have before we start the discussion on money is timeframes. Can we wait until June to decide this? Should we have decided this yesterday? What's the timeframe? When do you have to hire? When do you have to? What's the timeframe?
The timeframe is now, ideally, because it took us, you approved it a year ago, October, and then it took us a few months lag time to get the fair manager in place and to really get things rolling. It takes time to, I would like Susan if we're going to do a fair in 15, we need her to be continuous so that, I mean, she's actually already off contract now. She's coming at the good of her heart and expending money to do that. But we do need the time to build the donors, to line up. Even carnivals, sometimes a year out is difficult to get. So all the things that you saw that were part of the fair, they all get booked and they need to be reserved. So the time really is now. In June, we really couldn't do it, I don't think, in June. It's just too tight. And kids need to know there's breeding schedules for livestock. They need to know when animals have to be actually born at a particular time to show in market classes. So those are all critical dates. So a year out is really almost the minimum.
Especially, like she said, carnival, but commercial vendors, they're booked a year in advance usually. So like right now, I'd be booking vendors for next year and putting out vendor packages and things like that.
Do we gain or lose anything by cycling of the year so you have a year of planning?
I think we lose personally, and I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on that, just because I think we have the momentum going, and I think we would lose it. I think that the 150 fair gave us tremendous momentum, and I would be afraid that that might be decreased.
I know from the entertainment standpoint, and I'm not knocking the Comstock Cowboys, but I know if you want to engage different groups, you have to start in December. You have to start looking. And Marina, based upon today and knowing that the CVB, it may not be this next meeting, but the following, that we'd have to have a discussion, is the $30,000 enough to get the process going such that until things are sorted out budget-wise?
I think it would be, I mean, I guess it would depend if I can contract Susan that way for a few months at a time, which I think I could. And but I think it would need to come, we wouldn't want to do that and expend any more of that money and venue, I mean, whether you want to go through CVB or not, I mean, that's fine. But I think you would, I suppose I would feel more comfortable if I knew you were going to go forward with the fair. How we were going to do it could be worked out as far as that goes. But just knowing that you were going to go through so we could keep the whole process going, to me, that would be just fine.
Okay, well, I just wanted to clarify that, because since other discussions have to be had and things have to be figured out.
Well, first off, I personally want to say I think you did a fabulous job. So much so that I don't think we need to have a discussion with the Visitors Bureau. I think right here, we have two people who put on a fair very successfully. I think you should do it every year. That being said, would you hold it on the same dates as you did this past time?
It would be similar, but let me tell you the difference. And I believe we booked, I'm looking at Scott, July 31st through August 4th? Okay. We booked, July 30th through August 2nd. Okay. The difference is what happened to us this last year is we had to, because Fuji Park is actually the exhibit hall, getting the entire park. We don't get rented out a lot of the areas of Fuji, but the exhibit hall is highly popular. So we had to get on the books to do that. And when we looked at schedules, Hot August Nights was a week later. Then in November of 13, Hot August Nights changed their date. I think they had an issue with their car auction, and it bumped them back. And so we had a conflict with Hot August Nights. Going forward, we would not have that conflict. And what we are consciously trying to do is get in the right time that's about at least that's not conflicting with school openings, because, for example, schools opening more and more, that's getting earlier and earlier in August. In fact, Washoe County schools open the Monday after our fair. And what happens is, because youth are such a vital part of the fair, is it's very difficult anymore to take them out of school. So we're really trying to catch the school. We're also trying to, Yerington has been working on a fair for the last few years, and we're trying to work succinctly with them so that kids can show, they often will show both places. And that puts us exactly 2 weeks in front of the Yerington show. So then kids can bring group animals to Carson City, then they can bring a group animals to Yerington. It doesn't disturb that, it doesn't disturb school. And then this next year, what we have set aside for 15 should not disturb as it did. And I don't know if it was it could have actually worked in our benefit, I don't really know that, but it won't be exactly the same time as Reno portion of Hot August Nights to what I know right now.
The recommendation to the board today about the funding mechanism, if this board approves that, that funding allocation will be given to pursue the bringing the fair back. Does that entail both of you overseeing the fair, this motion today?
I guess not specifically, but probably. I would guess my boss might say continue on as we're doing, and then I can say, personally, I would like to continue on with Susan because she did a great job this first year. She's got the history. I wouldn't want to try to reinvent that right now, so that would be how I would see moving forward.
So I take that as a yes.
Yeah.
All around, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to draw one attention to, you put in there the Nevada appeal, the survey. If staff, when they bring the narrowing of the street forward, if they bring that same informal survey on the street narrowing as well to the board, that would be beneficial for us to see that. And again, I want to stress something. I really want to compliment both of you for doing a great job. I went to that fair almost every day it was held, and I went at numerous times throughout the day, morning, noon, afternoon, and I was very well understood how successful that fair was. And I objected to no admission fees, but when I talked to people there, I'm glad you didn't charge a fee, because I think that was the number one thing that everyone mentioned to me. I said, what do you like most about the fair? They didn't charge me to walk in. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. I'm sure you got recommendations how to improve it. I'm not going to go there. I just want to say, again, I probably said it 5 times now. You did a great job. The city should compliment you for doing a great job because you did something spectacular for Carson City, and I applaud you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that, and Susan appreciates that. We all appreciate it in the whole committee, and I do think it was a gift to the community, so thank you.
I have no objections to the fair. I thought it was a great fair, but I have a whole list of concerns. First, we have a Fair and Recreation Board, but they're not here today. I think that we should have a recommendation from them on what they think of it, what they're willing to contribute, whether they want to take it over, how they would market it, or if they would rather see you handle it. And I'm not comfortable making a decision on this item without their recommendation. Hidden cost. The budget that we've been provided does not include any additional improvements to Fuji Park that are going to be necessary going forward to be able to handle the fair. It doesn't include the additional costs that the city paid this time and will have to pay in the future, such as the RTC cost, the cost of your labor, other items that aren't reflected here. I think that we need a business plan to come forward to show how the fair can be more economically viable, such as a gate fee, a nominal gate fee, such as selling more sponsorships, the VIP parking program, Susan, that you mentioned, selling more advertising. When you look at the numbers, if there were 21,000 people that went to the fair this year and we charged a $2 per head gate fee, that would have generated enough revenue to cover the $75,000 that we gave to start this fair under one condition, and that is that the money was paid back. Now we're being told that that money not only can't be paid back, but we want to provide more money to continue this. And I have a really hard time flipping on my decision last year because I was adamant when I agreed to the $75,000 that the only reason I was doing it was if the money was paid back. Now, there's ways that we can talk about to get around that. We can extend the amount of time to pay that back. We can talk about, there's probably a dozen different things that we could talk about, but we're not addressing it. We're just asking to forgive the money. So a parking contract or something to ensure us now that we have the ability to be able to handle the parking rather than getting down the road and being 2 weeks before the fair before we have a solution to that. If we can have an agreement with the Fandango or another private vendor, or we have city property where we can handle the parking, I'd like to see that 6 months in advance and not 2 weeks before the fair. Because frankly, if the Fandango hadn't stepped up last year, the fair would not have been successful. So I would really like to see all of these concerns addressed before we vote on this.
Other board comments or questions of the public? Anybody want to weigh in on this issue? Anybody? Interesting. Yeah, Joylyn, come on.
You want all this information 6 months in advance. It's kind of hard to get the information 6 months in advance when we don't know if we're going to have the funding coming up 6 months, yet. And to keep the momentum going and roll forward, I think it's going to become more and more profitable, because also you talked about sponsorships. We're only able to get sponsorships in a more abundant sponsorships if we know now and can start working on them and working on the VIP packages going forward now. This is a fairly narrow time frame, and a lot of your concerns, we need to know, can we do it next year? Can we go forward? And if so, then we can work on making it economically viable and standing on its own legs. So I think some of your concerns would be answered by knowing that we're going to be able to go forward the next few years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joylyn. Other public comment? Anybody? All right, I don't see any. So we'll bring it back here to the board. John, go ahead. Discussion on the board.
It was nice to see Senator Heller and Representative Amity earlier, and in their world, we just decide to print some more money and it happens. And Carson City can't do that. It was a community event put on by the community and paid for by the community. I don't have a problem with the fair. I think the fair is probably more of what we should be doing than what we are doing. It brought the community together. It brought outside eyes into the community that enhanced the business of the community, enhanced the children of the community, enhanced education. It seems like all the right things, but we don't print money. So I guess my question for staff is where does the money come from? And I have an example where we could get some money, the Fuji Park sign. We don't need to build that sign. That's $75,000 right there. Maybe it's too late, I don't know. We can't keep spending the contingency like we were the Federal Reserve. So where is this money coming from? 30,000 is not much. Yeah, it actually is, because we don't have 30,000.
Well, I can address the second part of that. I'll get an answer on the Fuji Park sign in a second. The proposal for the additional 30K in this fiscal year would come from contingency. At the beginning of the fiscal year, Nick, please correct me if I'm wrong, we budgeted $500,000 into contingency. We've spent, I believe, 75 of that on the NNDA contract, and additional 25K, on the employee efficiency study. This additional 30 would bring that total, I believe, for the fiscal year up to 130K out of the original 500,000. We're exactly 1/4 into the fiscal year, and that would be roughly 1/4 of the contingency fund for the fiscal year. Is that good? I don't know. Is it bad? Probably not. Could there be some type of a catastrophe or some other type of unforeseen event that would require that entire contingency fund? Of course, there always could be. But I think we're in pretty good stead in terms of the additional $30K for this fiscal year. Roger, if you can talk about the sign. Did that answer your question on the contingency fund? Okay.
Okay. Again, Roger Mullendorf, Parks and Recreation Director. If the board had decides to pull the Fuji Park sign project, we have no obligations at this point. We're not under contract with anyone. In fact, we're still exploring at this point what is the most feasible, economical, and best sign that we can find within the budget. So we have no obligations at this time.
Would you rather have a sign or a fair?
Well, you know, the sign somewhere down the line would probably be important in promoting the fair. So I think, you know, I don't think you can really separate the two. They're both standalone projects. I think the fair had a terrific benefit, provided a terrific benefit to this community, and I think somewhere down the line the sign's going to have the same kind of benefit in promoting Carson City and promoting events that are going on.
So to be more serious then, if we pushed off that sign for a year or two, would that have, what type of detriment would that have to the city?
The only thing we're going to lose is we're going to lose our grant opportunity we have with the Nevada Commission on Tourism. You know, we would have to forego that grant, and possibly if we looked at foregoing or pushing the sign a couple years down the road, we would have to either take a look at trying to get another grant from them or some other source, or try to do it alone. Once you do give up a grant with a granting authority, sometimes it becomes very difficult to be able to go back to them and acquire another grant.
That's 30,000?
I think it was 25,000, if I remember offhand. 20?
I think it's 20.
What you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, and I wanted to point
I think
that out.
you're correct, 20,000.
Of that 75,000, I think only 30 or 35,000 would come back to the city. 20, I believe, is a grant, and then some came from redevelopment. Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. But that is something that we could potentially look at. But I did want to clarify, too, I'm not unwilling to move forward with a fair. What I asked for was a better business plan and a recommendation from the CVB before we take a vote. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I have one more comment.
Karen.
My only concern is waiting for the CVB. I know that one of the members for sure won't be at the next meeting and wants definitely to be a part of that discussion, which pushes it out another month. And I don't know that our fair planning can wait that long. That's my concern.
Well, I tend to agree in a sense. You know, I think that we kind of need to know where the, you know, if the CCVB wants to get into the fair business. But I think from my own standpoint, you know, they need some time to make that decision and need some time, you know, to digest it and see what, you know, what other things they've got going on. So I likewise am concerned that if we put it off, then, you know, we're going to, one, jeopardize the viability of the fair going forward in the next summer here. I mean, if we want to see it go forward. And so, but I think that, you know, the discussion, the CCVB, you know, they're an independent jurisdictional body. They can take it up, see what they want to do. And, you know, I suspect unless they've got something that I don't know about, it's going to be very difficult. It will be very difficult for CCVB to step in right now and do a fair for 2015. Maybe I missed.
I don't know that they can. We have to take a look at budgeting. I mean, budgets have been set, and so we have to monies have to be reallocated accordingly. And, you know, I don't know what the appetite's going to be to do that. That's the only issue. And the other thing I wanted to comment on, based on Susan's comment about fairs penciling, you know, maybe the $75,000 is part of a 5-year payback.
Well, I think, you know, I tend to agree with Brad in a sense. You know, when we made this, we were pretty adamant, you know, that you get the payback. You know, we can obviously change that, I think. But if we do go forward with this and we say, you know what, we're not, you know, we're going to waive that payback, I would not like to see that become a precedent for future transactions if we do these things. I mean, so, but we all know that when we did this, you know, if at the end of the day, if you can't pay it back, I mean, we're asking ourselves to pay it back. I mean, if you're going to sue somebody for not paying it back, there's nobody, you know, you got to look in the mirror. So, and Jim.
I understand the concept of paying back to $75,000. I think the bigger picture here is the success it brought to Carson City. It wasn't just the fair of people going there. They went and they stayed in Carson City. So it expanded beyond that Fuji Fairgrounds. To now say we have a winning team and we're going to take everything away from you and we're going to give it to the Visitors Bureau, I think is just totally wrong. If the Visitors Bureau wants to get involved in this, by the direction of this board, they can work with you on the next fair and the next two fairs, and you can work cohesively to bring them up to speed. I don't know of any other venue that the Visitors Bureau could put on like this that they have done in the past. Not only that, but however we're going forward, the Visitors Bureau, Fuji Park, and all these events should have a 5-year study plan, something that we've discussed also with the city staff, that should be coming forward. I think to turn this over at this juncture, after a winning event, and say, okay, Visitors Bureau, it's in your hands, go ahead and take it, I don't think it's right. I think it's a wrong decision.
Jim, can I just comment to that? I'm sure Joel would wish that he not take it over either. It's just that it has been brought up that the CVB is technically the Fair and Recreation Board. That's the only reason this is even under discussion right now.
But if things were brought up and they were going to have the discussion of everything that's brought up, we'd be here forever discussing. We've got a winning team. I don't think we need to vary from that, and we go with our winning team.
I would agree with that.
I got other lights here. John or Brad, who wants to go? John?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion, so.
Brad, if you're ready for motion, do you want?
I'd just like to make the point that I'm not saying that the CVB should take the fair over. I'm saying that I'd like them to speak for themselves, because we're not hearing from them. I don't know if they want it. I don't know if they don't want it. All I'm saying is that they have a voice in this, and I'd like to hear that voice.
Okay. Motion's in order. Go.
I move to allow any fund remaining in the fair account to be used to fund a 2015 fair, and to allocate $120,000 for the 2015 and 2016 fairs, $30,000 of which will come from fiscal year 15 budgeted contingency, with the additional $90,000 to be built into the fiscal year 16 base budget.
I second.
There's motion second. Discussion on the motion. Discussion's in order.
I'd like to say this motion is to move this along, recognizing that we think that this is something the community wants, and that it's something good for the community, and is something we can build on. I also would like to continue this discussion that we were having as to business plans, funding, other organizations taking over activities, taking over the financial responsibility. Let's continue that discussion, maybe every board meeting from now on until the fair, however the city manager thinks is best. I also think we need to look into things like, and I voted against the Fuji Park sign, but it doesn't have to be the Fuji Park sign. It can be we cut some other community events. It can be that we take 10% off of the budget of each citizens committee. However you want to fund it, but let's find that money someplace, because this works.
All right, further discussion on the motion. Karen?
John, I couldn't agree more. I think that this definitely works. I think you did a phenomenal job of managing this fair. I mean, it was a feat that it was unbelievable and so well done. So I want to see it continue for Carson City. I think we work through the avenues that may be out there to expand, to share the funding, to share the responsibility, whatever. But I think that as I said before, we've never had a fair before until this last year. So now we're opening up the discussion for how else can this evolve.
Okay, other comments on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Get that, Kathy? All right, all right. We'll now move on to item number 20.
Darren Schultz, for the record, Public Works. This item that I have here before you is a reclassification within Public Works, and it falls within our electrical signal communication division. This is becoming an ever more complex division because it's the control side of so much of what we do as it relates to utilities, but also as it relates to communications throughout the entire city, not just the Public Works Department. So what's happened here is as this becomes more and more complex, the folks that we have, the staff that we have working on it, their duties are expanding to involve more issues. What I'm suggesting is that we do a small reorg within this division, and that you allow me to promote a current individual in there to a higher level to break up so that it's not just one manager, everybody reporting directly, but that we have an intermediate type of a manager level. Those are kind of the basics. I do have with me here James Jacklett, who knows way more about all of this than I'll ever know, and if you have technical questions that he can answer.
IFC approved this?
IFC approved this.
Any objections? No? Okay.
And it was budgeted in our current budget year, the promotion.
City Manager, you okay?
Yes, we are.
All right. Supervisor McKenna, question or comments?
This has very little to do with this discussion item. It's more a philosophy item. We cut staff. We became more efficient, et cetera, over the years because we had to, because we didn't have any money. And I don't want to go back into where we, just because we start having money, we start filling positions that were cut. I think we need to stay small, we need to stay lean, and we need to look at every department, every position, and see what we really need, et cetera. We haven't had our strategic plan, and that's been pushed off until after the election, till January. I think that's a smart move. I just don't want to get backdoor where we're creating positions and bringing on higher paid staff until we look at where we're at and where we're going. We're coming out of the red. We need to save money. We can't rebuild the government. So that's my comment, Mr. City Manager.
I'm kind of on the same page with John, but my question, Darren, is what is the normal process to go through stepping somebody up? Is this because we have a lack of steps in that classification now? So we're moving them up to a different job position or title so that they can continue to step up?
No, it's not specifically to create another step. This is, I didn't mention, this is in line with the Pontifex study that was done. This is in line with their recommendations. But what's happening here is it's a bit of a silo division. And so I would like to create an intermediate step within that division so that I don't have 6 people all reporting to the top, I mean, these are the folks that cover our signals, these are our electricians, and now our communications. And so the goal here is to try and allow for there to be some sort of a foreman, superintendent, manager type level without having to go up to the top of the management to the pool. Now, having said that, my plan is to come back to this board in the next couple of years to add to this division staff members, because we're not keeping up with the workload that we have there. So to your point, I mean, I will be here asking for that. That doesn't mean we have to go down that road, but ultimately, big picture, that's we're not keeping up.
Could I clarify one point, if you don't mind, Supervisor? And I think it gets to Supervisor McKenna's comment about efficiency. I would like to point out that the foreman position is a worker bee, so to speak. This is not an additional layer of management. The foreman is still a worker bee, and I don't mean that pejoratively, but is still performing the normal duties that, in this case, he will be responsible for also synchronizing the activities of the other members of the team.
You know, following up on what John and Brad talked about, I mean, you know, it occurs to me, and I don't know if it's right or wrong, but something I think about is that when we started this recession kind of in 2008, 2009, when I first became mayor, you know, we went through a whole bunch of cuts. We laid off people, cut our general, by almost 100 positions, and we kept the quality of, essentially we kept the quality of service up as best we could. And I think that, you know, it's a fair statement to say that in the general term, that quality of service, most people didn't notice a blip. The other side of that is what it means to our employees, because I think what we put on the employees that we ended up with was, you know, you're working a lot more to do and you know, to keep up the quality of work, and we demanded that of them, and that in itself was stressful. Now, as we see the economy starting to turn around, the demand on services, public services in general, is starting to creep up, and how long that's going to last, I don't know, but I can sense it and I can feel it. We're starting to creep up on that, and what I can, you know, I'm sensitive to what John and Brad said, but what I'm concerned about is that, you know, we ask people to go the extra mile, and they're there. I wonder, you know, if that can continue as city services continue to demand, and we can say, you know, we don't, that, you know, everybody wants to keep this government lean, efficient, in other words, lean, mean, and efficient. There's nothing wrong, and that's a laudable goal of our community and a laudable goal of what this board does. But I think that we also have to keep in mind, you know, when the demand hits, somebody's got to take up that demand. And, you know, that's just my 2 cents. And I don't mean to go get an argument about it, but, you know, everybody's had their 2 cents. So I'll just say that, you know, kind of that's how I see this happening. And so internally, and, you know, I just let my hair down. Internally, what I've kind of said is, you know, I want to keep us the way we are without making significant changes until I know, you know, and that means that we're going to live within our means and keep doing what we've been doing for the last 4 years, 5 years now, until we know that we're actually out of this problem. And but I think that sooner or later, you know, the demand for services is going to demand more of our people, and we can't just keep putting more and more on them. I mean, so at some point in time, we've got to address that bridge. And I think, you know, we'll take that up at the strategic conference when we get together to see, you know, what it is. And I have no idea if what I just said is the reality or the economics of what's going on in our community, but I sense that. So, and I didn't mean to start a debate, but I guess I did. So we can debate if you want.
It's not a debate, it's an agreement. I don't disagree with you. I don't think this would have been brought forward by Darren and the city manager if it wasn't a need. And and I could put a button there and we could have the debate, but what I really need from you guys, what I need from staff, is that they understand that we can't just grow. And if you need this position and you want this position, fine, I will vote for it. But I'll tell you, it's going to get harder and harder to do this because I don't think we're going to grow the city. And I don't think we can grow payroll. And if we need to cut services, let's put it out there and let's cut services.
And Darren, I don't have any debate with you, Mayor. I have a separate question. The $6,000 in our packet, is that salary or is that salary and benefits?
That's all inclusive.
That's all inclusive? Okay, thank you.
And Darren, just to clarify, you're not really adding a position. This is a person that works for us that is doing above and beyond.
That's correct.
And so they're just being reclassified within the level of what they're doing.
They will continue their current duties as they're doing, but there'll also be, we'll be paying them for some supervisor skills, which they're also currently doing.
Back to the nitty-gritty. What again does this person do? Come on, tell me.
James Jacklett, Operations Manager for Control Systems with Public Works. My division, we're responsible for multiple operational areas. I'll list some of those off. So the water and wastewater utility, electrical, instrumentation, and control systems, including the emergency generators. The intelligent transportation systems, to include the signalized intersections, crosswalks, school zones, and streetlights for Carson City, Douglas County, and Dayton. The public safety radio communication systems used citywide, serving fire, sheriff, public works, parks, and local government users. The computerized maintenance management and asset management systems and general public works software and device administration and support. Public works security and access control systems, including surveillance video. The public works photovoltaic renewable energy systems. And then probably most importantly, the industrial information technology network, comprised of a dedicated network consisting of servers, security appliances, fiber optic communication systems, and broadband microwave communication systems that support the operation of all of the functions previously listed. So our responsibility is not limited to just maintaining those systems. We actually do a significant amount of the design, engineering, configuration, implementation, integration, maintenance, and operation of those systems. We're currently 8 personnel, including myself. As the world changes, as we shift towards technology, our demands, the breadth of what we do and what we take care of increases. I wouldn't think of it so much as adding to this division. It's more of a transfer of our operations. Things that we used to do manually are being done by machines now, and we're the group that make that happen.
Well, don't go to work for Tesla. All right, thanks. All right, anything further? Public comment? Anybody? Board? Motion's in order. Shoot.
I move to approve the reclassification of one electrical signal technician 3 position to an electrical communication foreman position with the Public Works Department.
Motion in a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. We're going to take this up. The 2014 floods. You need a minute, Darren? You got it.
It should be here, yeah. Rain event. There. Let's just do it up here, Rob.
Okay.
You need glasses or a bigger computer, Schultz.
This is set up way different than me here. Emergency services Let's just do it from up here, Stacy.
Okay. Have a seat.
You going to start?
Yeah, I'll start. This has been a while coming to you, and I apologize for that. We've had several delays, but we'll try and get through it relatively quickly. I wanted to get it here before it became too old of news because it was a very a very big impact to our community. We're going to discuss a little bit about the events that we had on July 20th and August 11th, and then also talk a little bit about future plans, where we are, what we're doing now, and then future plans. Little summary of today. Like I mentioned, the two storm events, what happened, our reaction, cleanup. We're going to talk about federal assistance programs by Stacy, future storm trends, what we're anticipating. We'll tell you a little bit about where our funding comes from, and then we'll talk about prevention. The July 20th flood, it was, we measured 1.25 inches over 20 minutes. It's basically equivalent to a near 200-year event. The way those are, there's a graph there that kind of shows you of how we come up with that. It's there's a little bit of science involved. There's a little bit of estimation involved. It really makes a difference, you know, those 20 minutes, how that water came throughout that 20 minutes, and also the rate that rain fell. Was it steady over 20 minutes, or was it, you know, a downpour for 2 minutes and then a gentle for the remaining 18? So there is a little bit of science and also some estimation that's involved there. But basically that first storm we had was near a 200-year event. This is the parts of town that were impacted by that. As you're aware, Douglas County from the south was also very hard hit by this storm. As we look at pictures and cleanup, this is what we focused on for that storm. This is just a picture of some of the sediment getting out into the roadway. This is looking down down Kuntz, across Edmonds. Clearview Drive at Cochise Street. This is on the west side of town, looking towards the east. One of the things that is really one of the worst things that can happen to us is when this erosion gets off alongside of our roadways and it starts to undermine our section. It starts to obviously degrade, and then we got some real concerns with traffic transportation. Just runoff coming down off the sides of the hills, off the sides of the mountain. It just pushed it all down into our streets and waterways. This is the NDOT water quality basin, corner of Center Drive and East Roland Street. This had just recently been finished as part of the freeway. Thank goodness it had got done, because as you can see, it was full. What'd you think it was? 2 acre feet of water was stored there. If that wasn't there, that would have went right down into the neighborhood. And this was a neighborhood that got, you know, impacted and damaged, and they would have had another couple acre feet. So those facilities, and I guarantee you when NDOT built that, they had no idea that this was going to happen, certainly this soon. So then we get into the August 11th flood. The intensity of this was more, as you can see there, 1.5 inches in 20 minutes. That bumps us up above the 200-year flood, somewhere from 200 to 400. Where it falls in there, you can see in our graph. It's important to note that when a developer comes in and builds a little subdivision or something, they design their structures for a 10-year event. I mean, that's what's acceptable in development standards. So this amount of rainfall it's going to overwhelm things. There's no we weren't surprised by that. It's unfortunate, but we weren't surprised by that. If we were to change our standards and prepare Carson City for a 100 or a 200-year event, none of us could afford to live here. That storm hit primarily the east side of town. This is one of my favorite shots of the storm. As you can see, the rain and some hail coming down, it just really, really bombarded us out there. As you can see, the sediment, most of you are familiar with, this is right after of just moving the sediment and large scale boulders out into the streets.
Where was that, Conti or?
That was on Conti.
Or Damon, I think.
Was it Damon?
I think that was Damon.
Okay. This is off of Conti here. And obviously, when it happens, the roadways provide a conduit for this water to flow. It goes over and it tries to escape the roadways, at the first point, but until it gets there, it really causes some flooding and some buildup in our roadways. This is a place down on Carson River Road that was severely impacted. As you can see, this sediment that's about 4 feet deep. You can see the mailboxes. They're not supposed to be that low, and really, really impacted this neighborhood. The cleanup work obviously is very vast, and it continues. So I'll talk a little bit about our reaction to the storms. On this slide, we just listed what Public Works had out there. It needs to be known that obviously our FD and our SO were involved. Parks was involved. It took the whole city to do what we could to try and control it and to try and respond to the concerns of the public. 26 Public Works crews. And when this event happens, we don't have a flood event or a flood cruise, storm water cruise that we can send out. We get any warm body that will answer the phone, and we dispatch them to the event. And we used every piece of equipment that we had that would provide for this. In fact, we had to use the landfill equipment and close our landfill just to respond.
This is Rob Fellows, stormwater engineer. I'm going to talk a little bit about the cost and what we're doing currently. Right now, we're still working on both events. On the July 20th event, we estimated about $125,000 to clean up things. We're almost finished with that work, maybe 90 to 95%. We're just kind of beginning in maybe 50% of the August 11th storm event damage and recovery. We figure that it'll be around $350,000 when we're all said and done. We initially had, obviously, the Public Works crews up there clearing roads and getting roadways passable and the major debris and so forth moved around and hauled off. But now we're at the point where we're hiring contractors, local contractors to help us out. And obviously taking calls from citizens and working through issues that they have and things that they're concerned with about the protection of their homes. Our schedule, we figure we're still about 2 months remaining depending on the weather. And we kind of worked in a couple of different areas. I know that everyone expected us to just continue once the city was there to clean up things, but they actually needed to pull off and do kind of their normal job, and then we had to get contracts ready and kind of get a game plan for our contractors to work. And we've been kind of working from north to south, and then we're going to go over to the east after that. So some of the bigger cleanup efforts where we have to, traffic control, we're going to get a little bigger contractor that can handle that and work on South Edmonds and that type of thing.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about the federal assistance part of this because I know I had questions about, from an emergency management perspective, disaster relief and that kind of thing. So wanted to talk about FEMA's public assistance program. And that public assistance program is, as the name implies, for public assistance. There are a few exceptions, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But in order to qualify for public assistance, you have to meet eligibility requirements. We have to do a local disaster declaration, which this body has to do. There are some law provisions that allow it to be done by the city manager or the emergency manager if the board can't convene because of a lack of board members or a lack of quorum. But generally, it's your job to do a disaster declaration and our job to bring that to you. Then the state has to do a disaster declaration. So they have to accept our disaster declaration and do one of their own. Essentially what they're saying is that the local government doesn't have the funds to deal with it, and as a state, we don't have the funds to deal with it. And then at that point, it becomes eligible for 75% of the costs from the federal government reimbursed to the local government. And we would get 25% of those costs, or we'd have to come up with 25% of those costs. Sorry, it's too many buttons. So from an eligibility perspective, it's sort of based on a pyramid. You have to have all the parts of the pyramid, otherwise you're not going to get funded. So the applicant has to be eligible. As a local government, we are eligible. There are some non-governmental entities that are eligible under the public assistance program. Utilities, for instance, Southwest Gas, Sierra Pacific, AT&T, the phone providers, Lifeline Services, hospital is eligible, but beyond that, Jim's Bar and Grill would not be eligible, for instance. So the applicant has to be eligible. The facility that is damaged needs to be eligible. And by that, we're talking about roadways and those kinds of things. The work itself has to be eligible, so you can't construct a new bridge unless there's some mitigating circumstances to doing that. In other words, you can't put something there that wasn't there to begin with. You can't just build something that didn't exist. You can only repair or mitigate things that already existed. And then the cost has to be eligible. So those things have to be gone through before you can determine eligibility. So the state, so now, then there's a financial threshold, and this is really where the rubber meets the road and where we didn't qualify. The state has to have a minimum threshold of damage, and that's either from a damage estimate that we do with a damage assessment team, which is comprised of state and city folks, or actual expenditures. Then our local government has to meet that threshold as well. So every year the federal government does uses a per capita figure to determine what that threshold is. And for the current fiscal year where this occurred, we're in a new fiscal year as of yesterday, but in the fiscal year that this occurred, the per capita rate for the state was $1.39, and that means that in total, the events are singularly measured. So you can't stack events. So the July 20th is one event, the August 11th is a separate event. Each of those events would have had to have hit not only the local government threshold, which we clearly did, but the state threshold as well, in order for us to be able to qualify for a disaster declaration.
What happened to Douglas County?
Well, they've applied, but I don't believe it's that they're going to qualify. I don't think they're going to qualify. They're even struggling a little bit. The state sent a disaster team to Clark County with the flooding they had in Moapa and the Muddy River. Their number is even bigger. So in that case, you not only have to crest the state threshold of $3.7 million, but Clark County's threshold is nearly $7 million. So you've got to have $7 million in public or qualifying damage in order for it to have federal money flow. So we would not have met any of those criteria.
Stacy?
Sir?
Are you saying that we should have $4 million sitting in some type of disaster account that we don't spend just in case? Because that's basically our deductible for this insurance policy.
Well, yeah. I mean, for a disaster it is. And it's a moving target. I mean, the feds set that rate every year. There are some, we as a collective emergency management group back in the late 90s, I think it was, sort of cobbled together a storm that lasted over several days. It was a major snowstorm or a series of major snowstorms. Mostly that wouldn't have qualified because it was a series of events, but we made a good case to the federal government. We qualified as a region, we qualified as a state. We had huge costs. I mean, there was so much snow that we were having to haul snow off the streets, bring them to areas where we could just dump them and let it melt, otherwise, because there was no place left to put the snow. So we did qualify in that instance because we had enough damage across the region. So in that case, it was possible. So
Stacy, before you go on, the $475,000 that we're estimating these two events are going to cost the city, where is that money going to come from, and how does that impact the budgets on those departments going forward for the rest of the year?
I can answer that, and maybe with help of Nick if I need to, but the staff time that was involved will remain in their where they currently lodge, where they currently work. What we're looking at is when we hire contractors to go out and do the work, then we're going to ask for Nick to have that reimbursed, and he can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so typically, the city has an insurance fund that we typically fund about $400,000 a year for claims. The last couple of years, we've actually done a little bit better. In 2013, we only had about 150,000 in claims. 2014, I'm sorry, last fiscal year, we had about 250,000 in claims. So we have a little bit of ending fund balance, if you will, in the insurance fund. We have 400,000 budgeted. We probably have spent about 100,000 year to date. So we do have some extra fund balance that we can carry forward and augment the budget if we need to. We're also working with our insurance broker to determine if these are allowable insurance amounts. There's $100,000 self-insured retention that we have, or if the amounts are in floods, or if the actual events were in a flood zone, then the amount increases to $250,000 self-insurance retention. So, we're still working with them. We do have the fallback of the insurance fund. We have done pretty well the last couple of years. I mean, we try to treat that insurance fund kind of like an insurance company. So, we've trying to keep our premiums, if you will, to the other funds low. I mean, if we have these big insurable events, obviously it's going to affect the premiums next year because we're going to need to kind of replenish those funds. So that's the downside. But we do have the money in the insurance fund, and we are going to be working with our insurance brokers to work with our insurance companies.
So that 400,000 that's in the insurance fund, that's about 10% of what John was just pointing out that we should reasonably have. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure that you want to. I mean, you're talking about us having a $4 million event, and I'm not sure that we should be insured for a $4 million event. I mean, we do have insurance, for these types of things.
Catastrophic insurance?
Well, yes. I mean, it's just basic insurance. I mean, if we're going to have a major event like an earthquake, I think that's probably the most logical event that we're going to have. I mean, we're insured for these types of events.
And remember, that damage is public damage in total. So the state, for instance, could suffer damage that doesn't cost us, yet contributes to that because it is considered public damage dollars. It's within our community. The utility companies, which we would not have to put any money out, can contribute to that damage number. The hospital can contribute to that damage number. So what doesn't contribute to that damage number is if something happens to your home. That's not counted in that damage number. So there are multiple public agencies that the college, all of those things can contribute to the damage total. So we can reach that threshold without it being all damage that the city is responsible financially to repair.
So Nick, if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is that we can cover the cost of these events without it significantly impacting the public works budgets other than maybe some additional labor costs?
That's correct at this point, right?
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's going to probably affect their insurance premium next budget cycle. It probably won't be that much, but we'll want to build back that fund balance that we have in the insurance fund. If this is going to indeed cost us, $300,000, that's a pretty big hit. So we won't take it all at once, obviously, because we couldn't afford it, but we'll try to build that number back up over the next 3 or 4 years and hope that we don't have, insurable events. I mean, you're evaluating risk in these insurance funds. I mean, you just can't afford to fund a $4.5 million. You just can't afford to have that money sitting there. I mean, it's not really prudent. The citizens couldn't afford to live here. If we were funding for the worst thing that could ever happen. I mean, you just can't afford to do that. So,
how about the rainy day fund? We get that replenished. Doesn't that help?
Yeah, we don't have a rainy day fund. Yeah, we used the rainy day fund about 3 or 4 years ago.
So the state, in addition to that, the state does have a disaster relief account. We still have to have a local disaster declaration. We have to meet some financial requirements in order to get access to that. The state's interim finance committee has to approve it. and then they're eligible, or we're eligible for 50% of the expenses, and it can either be a grant or a loan based on how we make the application. But that's a tough nut to crack as well, because the interim, this is a quote from NRS, the interim finance committee has to make a determination that the local government is currently unable to meet its financial obligations. That's a big statement. And you're considering ending fund balances in capital accounts and general government accounts. So they're looking at the total health of the local government from a financial perspective, and they're saying that before you get access to this account, you can't buy an extra microphone because you got to buy a contractor to remove the dirt. I mean, that's essentially what they're saying. So notoriously, this is a difficult account to access. Some communities have. Ely was in a really financial straits years ago. The state actually took over management of them. They had some flooding and some disasters. They were able to access the account. But this account was swept at the state level several years ago as well, and it's just now getting built back up again. But it was swept when when the state government swept all those accounts. So you can't rely on this money being there, because the state has used it to balance their budgets as well.
Back to me, Rob Fellows. Recently, there's been a discussion about the trend of future storms, and I was in contact with Dr. Kelly Redmond up in Reno at DRI, and he's looked into this and provided some information from his standpoint. But basically, the summer storms, his best estimate will have a moderate increase for intensity of rain, and the number of events exceeding his normal threshold. So we can expect more monsoonal moisture that possibly could get up this way and cause these type of events. There's also other information out there. There's a report from the National Climate Assessment Report. I provided a link on the bottom. It's a little small, but if anyone wants to look at that. And this graphic shows how, and this has been observed over the past 50 years, but storms have increased in intensity. So this is showing over the United States the observed change of very high precipitation, and you can see that in our area in the West that they've seen in the past a 5% increase in very heavy precipitation, and obviously you can see the others even more than way more than what we can expect. The only one that's gone down has been Hawaii. Next. A little bit of history. The stormwater utility was created in 2003, and that was to provide funds for capital projects, maintenance, as well as the programs we do with FEMA and stormwater quality. That's the MPDES Phase 2 program. At that time, there was quite a bit of discussion by the board about the level of maintenance that they wanted to go with, and they chose a lower level of maintenance at that time. From time to time, we put out...
Before you move on, Rob?
Pardon me?
Before you move on?
Yes.
Has that proven to be a prudent decision or a mistake?
Well, from what the citizens want, I think it's been a mistake. You know, I've been talking with lots of people recently, and they actually want more maintenance. And we do the best we can with what we have, but it seems like they do want more maintenance for sure.
So just a general question, is staff going to bring back a recommendation that we raise sewer or storm drain rates and raise their sewer bill?
Go ahead.
I'm going to get into that in the end.
What we do, the fund currently receives about $1.5 million, and we did a graph here for you. We also did a brochure that we send out from time to time, and I've got some of those in the back, but basically you can see the percentages of how those funds are allocated to the various things that we do with field operations, 28%, the FEMA program and the stormwater quality program, that adds up to 22%. We have a bond that we're servicing for the freeway drainage elements, And then just recently, you guys actually funded some new rate increase for new capital projects, and that's why that one went up to the $570,000. We do projects all the time. There's a few listed up here. We've got projects not only for capacity, but for water quality and sediment control that we've done on the west side. We're doing some work up at WNC. We've got some channel maintenance, major channel maintenance. The Kings Canyon Channel, which is the main drain of the city, needs maintenance. Lakeview subdivision hasn't been touched, I don't think ever. Needs work. And then we have some open channels within the city, like West Washington, that is long overdue to be piped. It's a major source of flooding. As far as operations and staffing, we've got 4 full-time staff under the fund. 2 of those run the sweepers, which is very important to our stormwater quality program, keeping stuff out of our storm drain. And engineering, I'm in there, and Shyla Lemons. And then when we have a large, or seemingly a large thing to do, we grab people from other departments, streets, water sometimes helps us take care of things. So
I'm just going to wrap up here pretty quick. Just to looking forward, big picture, as Rob talked about where the money goes, it's important to know that we've got to do a better job of private-public partnerships. What I mean by that is the public needs to be aware of what the city is doing and able to do, and they also need to be aware of what their responsibility is. And there's a lot of gray there, and there's a lot of discussions, and a lot of our phone calls have to do with that, and we go out, and Rob goes out and explains that as best we can. But we need to do a better effort of explaining that, getting it out into the public, and then also the responsibility of as these storms come, where does the responsibility lie when things happen? The second bullet there, inspection, maintenance, and reaction. Rob showed you our budget. Of those 4 people, none of those people are on a backhoe, as you might have noticed. None of those people are with a shovel in their hand. So we're, as far as going out and inspecting and then performing the maintenance on these ditches and flood control structures, currently, right now, it's unfunded. I don't have any public works personnel that does that on a regular basis. What we do get is part of our streets and roads, ditches and channels that are related to the roads. They fall under their responsibility. But as you know, our roads budgets are very much hurting right now, and so it's a little bit of a conflict. When we have a big event like this, it's all hands on decks: roads, sewer, water, storm, landfill. Everybody comes out and helps, and we get through it. I don't know that can necessarily be sustained long term. A lot has to do with what's going to happen with these storms. We haven't had 2 like this that close together in a very, very, very long time, and maybe we won't in the future, and we don't need to plan for it. The next bullet, capital projects. Rob shared we have about $500,000 a year to do capital projects for storm, and that's depending on how much protection we want to afford in the future for these events. That number either has to increase or it can stay where it has. And so when you talked about rates, that's what we feel like we're going to come back to you with is a plan or a proposal to see if we want to maintain where we're at and continue doing what we're doing, or if you think it prudent to step that up. And so that will be a future discussion in a few months. The 4th bullet, awareness, working with Stacy, working with the sheriff, citywide, just being aware of these events. We don't maybe get them often enough to where we're on our toes as to what to expect and what to do. homeowners need to be, or property owners need to be aware of these storms, a 200-year event, that there is no way that the city is going to protect their property from those type of events, and that there's a certain amount of due diligence as a property owner to do the best you can to protect yourself. In some cases you can't. Some of those pictures we showed you, there's no way that you can protect yourself. But in other areas, looking towards, not allowing the mud flow into your garage and your landscaping. I mean, your landscaping is going to get wiped out in these events. There's no way around it, but you want to protect your house. So there's a certain awareness that we need to do. This last here is just a map of Carson City, and it's areas around town that we have highlighted as problem areas that we really would like to go out and fix, but they all require capital costs to do the project. We have them on a schedule, we have them estimated, we have a general idea of what we would need to do, but ultimately the funding is a long-term out. So we'll open it up now for questions as to what we presented, and also some references here. Generally speaking, though, these storms that we were hit with, and if they continue, our reaction would generally be the same. We try and get out there and get the streets open as quick as possible, and allow people to access their driveways, and then we just go back in, and as we can pull crews off of their normal jobs, we put them back in there to clean it up and to make it look better. We've had a lot of residents approach us when we're out there and say, well, you're putting it right back to the way it was. And we are. That's what we're doing. We're not going out there. We're not lining these ditches. We're not putting in pipes because we just don't have the funding for it. So we're building it back to the way it was with, maybe some little supplemental type improvements as we can. But for the most part, it's going right back in the way it was.
Hang on a second, John. I see some people who might be interested in the afternoon appeal on a special use permit. That'll be taken up at 2 o'clock. So you got that, okay. So, all right, John, I'm sorry.
The unusual weather in Carson City is legendary. I remember back in 1996, a wind event over off of East 5th Street. Fire department responded to some of the emergencies over there. A standard cedar 8-foot fence board was blown through the side of through a stucco wall in a house over off a hidden meadow. Unusual, violent weather is a factor of life around here. And if we have rain events on the east side of town, who's to say we won't have rain events or snow events or wind events on the north side, or that sort of thing. So we could spend a lot of money, a whole lot of money, trying to be ready for the next event. So I think the flexible way of doing it is best. Since NDOT put in a real nice drainage system for the freeways, can we hook up, this is not for today, but for later, can we hook up Edmonds and the west side, the Valley View, the Coons, etc.? Is there a way we can hook it up to their cement culvert so that our excess runoff goes across the street into their ditch, that sort of thing, instead of us building a ditch of our own on the east side of Edmonds? Can we connect with NDOT's stormwater treatment or stormwater facilities so that we can move it? I will note, as Andy Burnham noted, the Scolaries area, the Gold Dust West area, handled rain events really well, whereas it used to be flooded through there. I worry about things that are going to cause major hardship if they're allowed to fail. And I'll just pick up one because one of the residents is in the audience, and we've talked about it before. That's Sierra Vista Lane. If that culvert goes out on that road under a rain event and that road slips into the river, it's going to cost millions to replace it. And that road is on open space property, so it is on Carson City property, but we don't have the funds to maintain it. So maybe we need to look at how we get to where we're going to go as the economy improves, and I hope it continues to, and we build reserves. We're also going to have to put deferred maintenance things or things we didn't think of like that into the computation. And I'll pick on Clear Creek once again. Clear Creek is going to become a major, more and more of a problem for Carson City because of this type of event.
Public comment, anybody want to weigh in? Anybody? Come on up. I'm sorry, Jim, go.
That's good. I'm good.
Hello again. I'm Bonnie Vivant for the record. When Darren was showing you the pictures, my house was the one with the pink mailbox and the 97-foot 2 trees that went down. First of all, I just want to once again reiterate, I think that Public Works did a fabulous job in getting that road cleared and moving out that mud. When you saw that mud in front of that house, that was 3 times it was that high, and they moved in the trucks to move it out. They moved a lot of mud to get that road open and to clear it, and then they came back and cleared the, or worked on the, I don't know what you call it in the mountain, the thing that comes down and drains into the drainage ditch, the 20-foot easement on our property. So I want to be on public record of commending them for their courtesy and their professionalism. They have done a great job. They've come back since and worked on the lower Mexican Ditch Trail. They've put in a lot of work to get it back to some semblance of order. The 11th of this month is going to be 2 months, and we're still digging out. We had a backhoe in, cleaning up some of the mud you saw by the mailbox and so forth, so it's going to take a while. This isn't going to be over tomorrow. And but the one thing I was thinking is, this has been quite a life experience for me. I've never gone through a natural disaster of this type, and I realize it could have been worse. Our home could have been damaged. Thank the Lord it wasn't. But we sustained between $10,000 and $15,000 worth of damage. And so I realized that the city's got a big expense, but as a homeowner, I'm incurring a lot of expense to it, and not at the fault of the city. But the one thing I would like to mention, and it might be something that the board and the city thinks about in the future, up until a few years ago, Carson River Road was a state route and maintained by NDOT. And they used to come out on a pretty regular basis and clean those culverts, work on those roads, work on that. They could afford to, and that, and they did it. Once the city took it over, they can't afford to do that type of thing on those types of roads. So in the future, you may want to think about that before you make switch out with roads. Do we really want this road? Is this road going to be something down the road we really want to maintain? Because there is a lot of expense that went into clear Carson River Road when they came out. That mud you saw in front of the house, and that went down the whole area of the property, that's our property frontage there, they had to move that 5 feet of mud out 3 times. I mean, they moved 40, 50, 60, I don't know. Do you guys know how many truckloads you moved out of there? It must have been like 90 truckloads of mud. And so that actually, had that still been a state route, NDOT would have been out there doing all that work for you. And you would have just, but you can see, 3 times. They moved that out. A lot of mud, a lot of damage, and we're getting through it. We will. I mean, life happens. But once again, I just thought maybe that's something you'll think about in the future when you do take over some of these types of roads. And then, but most of all, once again, to Darren and his staff and Rob, everybody I worked with, courteous, professional, caring. I couldn't have asked for more from my city government, so I was very happy about that, and just thanks to the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. I got to ask you, Bonnie, Did the mailman come by? I mean, we're...
Oh, yeah, she did. Agnes, she's
mail
our
person, rather?
our mail lady, and she came back that day and she said, "You gotta be kidding. There's no way I'm getting to that." So anyway, we didn't get mail service for a couple. We couldn't get out of the driveway, out of our garage for 3 days. So no, she was not thrilled by that either.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. All right. Anything else, guys? Anything else? Jim, go.
Darren, if you get a chance, I know you're busy, if you could respond to the couple emails I forwarded you, is that possible? I can mention his name if you want.
Yes, I will respond.
Is that okay? Thank
Sure.
you. And I also want to say thank you for all your, and Bob also, for your early responses to email and phone calls I made to both of you. Great job in responding back to citizens quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
Anything else, board? Randy?
Mr. Mayor, before you go on to your last item before lunch, we need to back up because staff was confused on the motion on one of your items involving the fair.
What's the confusion?
Well, the motion that was made by Supervisor McKenna wasn't verbatim the recommended motion, and we were confused as to whether the $75,000 was being absorbed or forgiven, or whether it's being reserved for a later date.
He said it was forgiven.
It was not mentioned.
Right, exactly.
And so
That we're
therefore, it's still
confused.
out there, and it's still an item of discussion. What I moved was that we fund this ongoing by giving them the remaining balance, the $32,000, plus the other money they asked for. I didn't address the $75,000. That could be a 5-year, it could be you owe it to us tomorrow. I don't know. I think that's an item for future discussion.
Okay. That,
Or at least that was my intent. What did you think, Brad?
Well, I didn't second it or vote for it, so.
I take it back. Jim seconded this. What'd you think, Jim?
It's exactly what you explained, and that's what I second.
Clear? Okay, anything else? Now we're on non-action items. Anybody got any report? NACO conference is in Ely this year. It's over a date of a board meeting, but if you want to go, they are always very interesting meetings. So if you want to go, let me know or talk to NACO and you'll get in there. Anything else? City manager, you got anything? Oh, you got something. Hang on. Hang on.
I know if we could get a update on the Eagle Valley Golf Course budget, when is that coming back to us? Do we have any idea yet?
No.
We don't have one. I mean, we don't have an update.
Could you clarify what you're looking for?
Well, there's a motion made at the board to have Eagle Valley bring their budget to the board.
Okay.
And that was like, my rough count is 8 weeks ago. I could be wrong on the date, but there was a motion made here to bring Eagle Valley Golf Course budget.
It's actually part of their contract, and we haven't had an update since we awarded the lease to them, and I did make that motion.
Yes.
And I asked
Thank you, Jim.
and I asked at the last board meeting also about it. Also, just wanted to, I know there's been articles in the paper about the animal service, and I know I talked to you briefly about it. Is there going to be an oversight committee for the Humane Society? Do we know that yet?
Well, part of the resolution that you passed, we are going to have the Carson City Partnership Committee. I forwarded both your name, Supervisor Shirk, as well as Candy Roper, who had spoken with Supervisor Aboud. We are putting together the other members of that partnership committee, and I should have those names and that makeup ready shortly.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Anything else to come? Non-action items? All right, are we ready to adjourn until 2 o'clock?
Recess.
Huh?
Recess.
Recess until 2 o'clock? Excuse me, recess? All right, yeah, we're going to adjourn, yeah. All right, we're in recess until 2 o'clock.